Hey, Steph. How are you? Right, there's only 2 games from Apex. Hey, Summit. Hey, Venstra. So I'm doing something weird today. Like, I've never had to prep for, like, obviously broadcast. Like, between, like, a split before. So so I don't really know what I'm doing. But what I'm gonna try and do is figure out a system of me prepping, basically, in a way that makes more sense for broadcast. Find some narratives out and feel prepared. So right now we're gonna look at Apex. We'll probably look at some general narratives that we could talk about, and then I want to look at their actual games. Just need to flame them. Yeah, but that's the thing. In order for me to flame teams, I need to know in advance what I'm gonna be. Like, to get good flame, you need to know in advance what they're bad at. Like, I can't just go in. What's that noise? Nah, I can't have that coming up. Bruh. Bro, Deluxe, help. Wait, I think I turned that off. I didn't mean to turn on fucking alerts for followers and shit. If you subscribed, it should be like a funny noise that comes up now. But like, don't subscribe because I just turned it off. Memea, I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. Fnatic so watch is crazy, yeah, 100%. I heard that GM's so bad as well. This is casting prep. It'll be casting and analyst desk prep. I'm gonna be doing analyst desk a little bit more this time around, but I'll still be casting. Right, so Apex ban split. So split is not a good map. Why are teams banning Lotus against them? I guess it's just unlucky. So they like Haven and Pearl. They really like Haven and Pearl. I mean, there's nothing to really see. Like, in Veto, I can see immediately that, like, I'm not going to be able to reverse engineer that Veto at all because they've got Lotus banned against them. So I have no info on their Lotus, and I have no info on their Fracture. Apart from their Fracture is below, like, their Fracture's here. Their Lotus could be anywhere. So it's like, who fucking knows? So the next thing we do is we look at their actual results on the maps, see if there's anything that strikes us. They've only won on Pearl. So Pearl and Haven. So in terms of map pool, what got removed from the maps now? What's leaving the map pool? Is it fucking Abyss and Bind? And Ascent and Icebox comes in, right? So we don't even have any read on how this affects Apex at all, really. Like, so map pool, Pearl Haven. Hard to read off two games. Liked Pearl Haven, ban split. So yeah, not much to say. Old IGL, Sentinel playing Duelist, Duelist playing Initiator, worst member of Gambit, and washed NA noob. Yeah, it's good. It's not bad. How How do you think I could get away on broadcast saying that sentence? Like, I'm trying to figure out like what can I get away with? Because that is kind of mean. But could I say? Do you think I could say that and like people not go crazy? Worst member of Gambit is too far. Yeah, that's the problem. I think Yinsu would murder me. To be honest, Yinsu would probably murder me. I genuinely did think at one point that he was the worst member of Gambit, and then, like right at the start of Gambit, maybe Defo was still. At the start, Defo was really strong from what I remember. And then they went to LAN and Chronicle just farmed, so. Hey, Balex. Okay. So, are these all seem like relatively good things to talk about. Team goal. So, like, for an Apex, like, don't they need, like, Colin can maybe help me here. They need to qualify to champs. Like that is like their only goal this year is to qualify to champs, right? So like I put them like in a very different situation to teams like Koi. They need top 8 as well. Why do they need top 8? So they need top 8 for to play the Ascension kind of like playoff thing. Is that why? Outside of top 8, they just straight to okay. So top 8 is their like genuine goal, and then like the cherry on top would be champs to extend 1 year, right? Right. So I think that like this has to be like something like, because I originally thought it was literally just like they need to qualify to champs, and like at that point, if I'm the coach, I'm like, right, we're gonna play the most insane version of Valorant we've ever seen, and if we come last, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's like we need to qualify to champs. But the top 8 thing is what they're probably gonna aim for, I guess. So in order to finish top 8, they need to beat. I mean, it's tough. It's still tough, right? That's still tough. They're still gonna need to do something. They can't. I don't think that they can continue to play the Valorant they're playing, as in like standard Valorant, or behind the meta type Valorant, in my opinion, and get away with it. What do you do to make this team succeed above where it should do? It feels like Flora and Batu need to be the stars, right? And we need to kind of make them. We need to unlock Batu and Flora as much as humanly possible. Didn't they try to do that on Pearl? Didn't they like literally swap their Pearl comp or something? Let's have a look. Yeah, they did swap their Pearl comp. They just said, fuck it, we ball. They just went double duelist. I really hate that I'm in a position where I have to like admit that
The longer the time goes on, we're just gonna realize that Minis are frauds, man.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for the sub. That worked. Stop following me though, because the following's giving me fucking it gives an annoying noise. I prefer to be flamed by Sliggy as my sub. Yeah, thank you, Fingan Jode. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. That was delayed. Oh no! No! Stop following me. It makes that annoying noise, man. I need to turn that shit down. How do I do this shit? One sec. Let me figure it out. Fuck me, that's loud and annoying. Where is it? Where was it? Streamlabs. God, I'm sorry, guys. Alert box. Follows. Can I just turn it off here? Yeah, there we go. Okay, should be better now. I should not get annoying noises anymore. Let you unfollow. Yeah, you please unfollow me. Just don't follow me again. Just don't follow me again, okay? Right, so how to hit goal. Unlock floor and Batu. Look at T1 for inspo. Because you could go down a different route and be like, let's play more strategically, and like let's play like or gimmicky. But I've never really seen Apex as a team that's gonna play gimmicky or play like a higher strategic level. Not to flame, but like it's not like I feel like they, yeah, they're not a team that like really. I can have a look and I might be proved wrong, but like they're not a team that I think that like really is going to get their advantages from strategic situations. Like even let's have a look here. Are they running just neon stuff? I mean, they ran okay things, I guess. It's hard to read. They had the weird Lotus, so they did do gimmicks. Did do a gimmick on Lotus. A tiny bit of a gimmick on Ascent. I don't think that'd be enough though. I think the main narrative is going to be unlocking floor and Batu, right? Why did they play? They can also off meta a little. I don't mind the idea of like leaning into deadlock because I know I feel like a fraud kind of making this almost like a point like, oh, they played deadlock last year, therefore in a meta where deadlock's buff, like maybe they could look to that. Like I think there is some quality, like there is some positives in saying stuff like that, whereas like the coach might actually understand deadlock a little bit better because of that experience. But I do think that's shoehorning a little bit. But I guess it's fine to say. What are the expectations for them pre-kickoff? I mean, they expected last. They were expected last, weren't they? Like, let's not beat around the bush here. They had their coach was subbing in, right? Odorous had to sub for who wasn't there? Who actually wasn't there? For Batu. Oh. So they didn't look too bad. Like 39 against Team Liquid. Beating them here. They did have Batu go 27 kills. I mean, okay. Like it is this something I have to talk about? He was an 59 ADR Sober player and 180 ADR Euro player. It's 0 for 7. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be something I talk about, right? Batu. I know the sample's small, but this is the kind of shit I guess you kind of got to talk about, right? Where the fuck is this guy? 167. Like, where do we expect them after seeing what they did at kickoff? Expectations didn't change, but hope as close maps with Team Liquid. Because let's be real, like, do we really think they're gonna be like? I don't think they're. I know this is weird to say about the 12th team in the league, but I don't think they're like definitively the 12th team in the league. You know what I mean? But like, who do they actually? Who would we think they actually beat here? Would be casting. I'll be casting an analyst dusk. Koi. If Apex beat Koi, I'm gonna be having. Yeah. I'm gonna be setting aside all the British players in this team and having a frank conversation with them. Like, yeah, I don't think that this team should be losing to them. Like, the players are better and the coaching staff has like a history of, you know. I'm still telling that Dom is perma Sentinel. I mean, we can get to Koi in a bit. Let's get annoyed about other things later. First game. But didn't look. I mean, like, didn't look out of place. Like, I don't. That's kind of a flame, but like, let's be real. Odors wasn't like, he wasn't looking out of place. I need to format this much better. Are there any people I need to flame? I mean, Mosey's having a rough one. And I expect more from Hype, is the way I probably put it. Like, these are my like, obviously I'll watch the VODs and like really see instead of just looking at stats, but like this is my almost like quick analysis just from what I remember and just looking at stats. Like, hype, like, we trialed Hype in Fnatic. Like, this guy is good. This guy is a good player. I mean, stats to pull would be like floor stats, like Batu, Sova versus Yoru. Like, this is just all we need to talk about, really, isn't it? Let's be real. I feel like Avova just vibes. What do you guys think, like, the identity of this team is? Like, are we literally just saying floor? Like, is this what most people just think? Like, unfortunately, I think that is what literally people think. Floor go kill. It's like they do have stable players around them. It's just that those stable players cannot. Bro, what is going on with this sub alert stuff? Bro. Thank you for the sub, Lidak. Yeah, I should have tested that before the stream. I actually think they're very underrated. Who is underrated? What are your thoughts on rankers who got picked up by Envy? Most of that team should be tier 1 next year, is my thought. Like half that team, 2 to 3 players, maybe. No expectations for kickoff. One sec. Someone asked me. Yeah, someone asked me about Koi, but to be honest with you, I can't really. Like, let's get to Koi before I start flaming Koi. Right. Anything else? IGL, Mosey. Like, I don't know anything. Like, I have to watch the VODs. Struggling with fragging. Let's see. In VODs. Does anyone have, like, I felt like Mosey has done some interviews about IGLing and stuff, and he's obviously, he's kind of like inexperienced, but learning IGL, like, is the way I would, like, frame it. Mosey did well until setting up Flora. The other thing is, like, it's hard to really pin this down just on Mosey. It's like, obviously, it's like, Danito and plus Odorous, right? Like, what is Danito and Odorous's style? I don't really know. Like, are these things, like, I should talk to them about and ask what they think? Like, it feels like they're more just, like, when I ever watched Apex, even last year, it's like fundamentally, just fundamental Valorant. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Like, even like here, it's like, standard, fundamental, meta read, no Teo, no Vice. Okay, well, there's only two maps. No Teo, no Vice, right? Let's have a look. Double Duelist Pro. Just very standard, isn't it? It's very, very standard. Like, this needs to be leaned into, I think, probably. Or just put Batsu on Chamber or something. Just to comps, I just put in meta read. Oh, this shit. I'll have a look in a sec if there's anything interesting. I guess, like, coaching staff, what they're striving towards. Presumably the top 8. Because, like, there's a very, I think there's quite a big difference between, like, a team that's trying to aim to top 8 and a team that's trying to qualify to champs in terms of, like, the way I'd approach it. Like, the champs version is like, okay, guys, we are going to do stuff that is ludicrous. The top 8 one is more like, okay, we don't need to roll the dice as hard. I don't know. because there's also the second thing. When you like, let's be real, you probably like Apex probably all know that they're in a quite weak position in the league, right? Like when you like some of the teams in the bottom four are teams that like probably are going to expect to do much better, like Navi and Casey. But Apex probably wouldn't be that surprised. So unfortunately, there is probably contracts ending this year, i.e., Floor. And Floor's approach is probably just look as good as possible to try and get a different team, unfortunately, for Apex. So it's like, if I'm a coach, I'm also wary of that, where it's like, because the coaching staff could even try and make the team just look as good as they can for even their own reasons, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to like, you know, I'm not specifically talking about their coaching staff in this way, but like if I'm in that spot or thinking about that spot, I'm like, you know, 1 year left in VCT maybe. Why don't I just try and make it look like I've made a good job in this team and I get a better team? Like, it's a rough situation for everyone. It's almost like is this a shared vision? Like, Floor getting poached, kind of a like. I don't want to like. I wouldn't ever ask this, I don't think, but that's something on my mind. Because like when I talk to who did I talk to? What's I always forget his name. Why do I forget his name all the time? Fucking his name is Loic, right? Fucking Flora's old coach. What's his fucking gamer name? Effie's, yeah. I always think of Penny for some reason. Effie's, yeah. When I asked Effie's on like Sticky Stream when we're at GC Champs, like, because Flora basically said that she was looking for VCT, and I was like, how did he feel about it? And like he seemed to be like in a position where he's just like, this is what GC's about. So like it doesn't, you know, he was like happy for her. Whereas like this is a bit different. Like, are you going to be happy if your player is just getting poached? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I don't even know if this is going to happen. I'm just like kind of speculating at this point. If Flora remains to be as good as what she was playing at the first 2 games, like, why would she not join a battle team? They're on V1s together. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So all this stuff, check VOD. Is there anything here that any people in chat, you think I'm missing anything about the way I would look at teams here, or specifically Apex? I think I'm on a fairly logical approach. It's obviously interesting that the strategy is making up most of it, but time? I mean, that's kind of in this stuff. Like, it's not specifically said, but would there be a consideration of Floor being contract jail? When does her contract ends this year, mate? Doesn't it? Apex had way less time to prepare for this season compared to all the other teams. Why? Why did they have less time? Ascension was after Champs. I don't really, yeah. I don't really put that much stock in that, to be honest with you. Not to be, yeah. Yeah, I don't put too much stock in that. I think that when the off season is as long as it is, I don't think there's like that much difference between like, you know. Why does the bot keep saying a nice shot? Mari, this has been a disaster today. My Streamlabs keeps fucking up, and then like for some reason Fossabot keeps thinking someone's saying nice shot. Who is it? Because someone's putting NS just randomly in a sentence? Ascension has NS in it. That's so funny, man. Bro, I'm farming the nice shots today. I'm farming the nice shots. What did Kaida say? Is it 2025 where extended teams need to avoid bottom four to save their spot? Yeah, so they need top 8 for Ascension qualifier. They would ideally want to qualify to champs to extend for a year. So like this is where that is. Is that actually a narrative I can use? Like Apex had less time. I mean, they still had a lot of time. I guess they had less time. I think that's fair. Because they had to sort their roster out and shit. Less time coming into kickoff. But I mean, that's more that's more like roster construction kind of stuff, maybe. It wasn't. I mean, Floor wasn't. Floor, yeah, I was in GCC and Floor was talking to me about Apex. I was like, oh, so that wasn't even that long ago. So I think that's probably fair. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Two players poached, yeah. Yeah. Less time. I can buy that. I can buy that. What do you think of the Trex room change? I don't know how. I don't know how I'm supposed to operate as like someone now who is not. Because when I was a coach, right, if I ever got asked about any question, the first thought in my mind was, how can I answer this in a way that benefits me? Or at least doesn't affect me negatively? Because all I wanted to do was win with my team. So like any question like that, I would just probably ignore. Whereas now it's like, I don't have that responsibility. But I also just don't want to like be one of those clickbait rumor guys. Because I don't know the specifics of what's happening with Vitality. Dirk has not told me anything, for instance. I have not heard anything. But I do know about Trex's what do you want to call it? Trex is like reputation isn't one that's extremely high. And that's not for me to say that like that's true or not. But I haven't heard great things in the past. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was because of things not to do with the game. So yeah. But Like, I know more about the Kamek situation. But it's like, am I supposed to use that information that I know? Because that information is kind of like private information. Like on Platcha, I've heard that some of them, like I've heard this before, like some of them will use information they have behind the scenes in a way that they will react to it, but obviously not say that information and like react accordingly to that information. Some of them will pretend they've not heard information and just like react as if they hadn't. And I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Thank you very much, Mari. Oh, bloody hell, man. Why is it... Bro, before when you subbed, it did the Sliggy clip, and now it doesn't. Can I just show on stream this stuff? Surely I could just show it on stream. You guys can help me, surely. Like, the widget is like... I'm just showing it. Okay. So follows, I turned off follows, which I think works. Subs, I have enabled, and then I've got like a GIF of me, and then Sliggy saying the fraud line. But why is it now like... Oh, I turned it off on OBS. Yeah, that's true. I'll put it back on OBS. But the problem is that if I turned it off on OBS, why is it still giving me... Why did it still work when Mari just subbed? It gave me like a default kind of noise. It is above the stuff. It's above the stuff. Okay, we'll work out. If someone subs to me, if someone sub to me, it's just been an elaborate ruse to get someone to sub to me, so I could see if it's working. Hello, Danny from YouTube. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna need a big raid because I got one for the raid as well. There's another Sliggy quote with the raid. Have you been keeping up with Sliggy's Mecha Break act? No, Sliggy's told me that that the tournament consists of all professional Mecha Break teams who've been playing the game since beta, and then Team Liquid, which is him and 4 other people who've never played the game before. So I'm gonna presume that it's going very badly, but he can wipe those tiers with all that money, you know? One thing to note is that making a roster yeah, most of it's difficult because most roster moves make more sense to people inside the team, but then there are situations where you're like, well, okay, but still, that's kind of shit. So I think the one thing we lack in esports compared to normal sports is this kind of transparency. Like, it's so easy for esports teams to just hide everything because it's almost like very good for orgs and players that they just hide info because like as soon as an org, if an org has like a problem player and it's just like this player's a problem, then the player is just gonna fight back, you know what I mean? But it means that like it's really hard for us to gauge any narratives from like roster moves because we don't get any information, you know what I mean? Like orgs are pretty good at being silent around stuff, and then players will throw some shade at the org, and then the org doesn't respond. You know what I mean? Could it be similar to what happened with Virgo, where they just didn't mesh? Is that what happened with Verno? is that what happened with Verno? I'm gonna guess that's not what happened with Verno. No org is going to come out and say that this player is a massive dickhead. Like, you know what I mean? No org's gonna do that. Because then the player is going to look bad. Like, there's loads of reasons why. One reason is that simply they want to be able to sell that player if possible. That's their number one goal. It rarely happens, but like, you know what I mean? You know what happened with Verno. I don't know what happened with Verno. I've heard about the same things as I heard about Trex, which is like nothing, but I know enough about Trex and Verno as players to know that like there might have been some issues. FNS is another NS. That's funny. Right. What was I doing? Is there anything else here? It's like the number 1/2 is like this 7. 3 to 6 is literally the rest. Like you can't get a read on their map pool at all. So what I might do is watch their Haven and Pearl and just see like what their general approaches are. See like what the vibes are. I do have prep actually. I should 1 sec. I should have notes written down about all this shit. Let's have a look. So I watched Apex. God almighty, when did I watch Apex? So many notes. Jesus, I was actually doing work. Or did I not watch Apex? Where's the Apex notes? I watched Apex, but they didn't play the... I watched them on their first game, right? So I didn't get to... There was no prep to do, I guess. But I do remember that first game. Maybe I didn't do any work for them. These casting notes are just general stuff to get you ready in general. I guess both. Old Fnac era notebooks? No. I didn't use notebooks. Can you see my handwriting? Sure. I mean, it's not good. It's very, like, it's very crazy. Okay, 1 sec. Got it? Yeah, you get the idea? Get the idea? I think you get the idea. Alpha bad. No, it says alpha very bad in post plants. Yeah. Alpha very bad in post plants, it says. He was very bad. He should have lost them 3 post plants on Abyss with Teo. I wonder if there's actually any... This one says Angel inting 4v5s. I wonder if there's any other flame. That was specifically on Fnatic's Abyss. Yeah, there we go. It says Fnatic Abyss. There probably is just flame in here, to be honest. Yeah, that was, yeah, that the Alpha's post plants were... Do you want to watch right now? I can pull them up. I'm not going to do it now. But when we get to Fnatic, I can flame their post plant stuff. I'm not kidding you. Alpha's post plants were abysmal. Like when he was playing Teo, he was salvoing pre. He was salvoing. He was salvoing to support fights on site that were like one-man fights instead of just saving them for post. Like he really wasn't playing them well. The guy didn't have much time to learn Teo. But like I'll be honest, I think that Fnatic were one of the teams that didn't have the fundamentals of Teo down completely. To be honest with you, I don't think Alpha should be on Teo either. But we can get to Fnatic when we get to Fnatic. Let's watch some Apex. Let's watch some Apex. I want to watch some Apex Pro. I'm gonna have to mute the VOD because I'm pretty sure I casted this pro game. Did I cast this pro game? I've casted this pro game, so I don't have to mute the VOD there. I don't think I casted this one. I can.
And normally,
yeah, we can listen to this. So what did they actually do? What did they do? Also, pistol win rates. Is that something I can look at quickly? Did they win? Did they win an obscene amount of pistols or anything? 50-50, 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. Fucking 5 out of 6. 5 out of 6. 6 out of 8. Is that 6 out of 8? Are we doing all 12 teams today? No. I don't think I'm going to be able to do 4 teams today. I think I'll be able to get 1 team done, maybe 2 teams. Pistols. This is the kind of shit where I'm a noob. 1, 6 out of 8. Let me just check. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit. They lost 2 here. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. 3 out of 6. 4, 5, 6. 6 out of 10, right? Isn't it 6? Isn't it 6 out of 10? My basic arithmetic is the worst. Can't wait to see him do Fnatic. I mean, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Right. So we are focusing on Apex. We are focusing on Apex. The thing about watching Pro right now is that I'm very triggered watching Pro, and I've been thinking about it more and more because I watched the T1 finals back, the Bangkok finals back like twice. Because I think both those teams even demonstrated like good and bad about like what I'm annoyed with. What I hate is seeing a Yoru stand here, and then they just play 4 here, and then the attack teams never do anything against this, and then it might even become a meme to the point where people are leaving. T1 was like leaving a turret here, and then playing 4 here. Like I don't accept this as pro gameplay. So the nice thing about Cypher is that it actually makes teams, I think, get rid of this shit and actually pressure Belong. Because I don't think it's acceptable to have a player just standing Belong that entire round and getting info for free. You're counting gentle mids? I got it wrong. Oh. Bro, this is why I need a stats person so I don't get basic maths wrong. And then the second thing is there's this obsession around fighting for A main on defense and attack in a way that's like, to me, equals you don't know how to play pro, in my opinion. I think it's better with the Phoenix than it is probably with a lot of other things. But look, they've been instant knife. All 3 of them are fucked. How are they supposed to fight for A main now? Like, they know there's 3 people here. They could either just run away or they could just fight them because they know there's 3 people there silenced. Like, I really don't love the A main fights. I think that it's very behind good theory. I think it's genuinely bad. Like, okay, like what? Okay. So we'll see if it happens more, but like I'm already worried that on their best map, they overemphasize a place on the map that's not worth it, in my opinion. If we want to go deeper about it, part of it's because like this site is way easier to like play for like a soft retake and to retake than this site is. So like to fight for this space when you can literally stand here and mostly be fine is like to me weird. Like on this side of the map, you can't stand off the site and be fine. Whereas on this side of the map, you can stand off the site and you can be more than fine. Phoenix Orb yummy. Fighting for the Phoenix Orb is a legitimate reason why you'd want to take a main priority. But if the attackers are fighting you for it, I think the attack wins like most of the time. Isn't Sliggy basically quite clear? Maybe that's what Sliggy. Yeah, Sliggy's probably better at mid countering, to be honest with you. He does like to look at the economy and give you chances left and shit. So how did they actually win this round? Batu just kills them all, right? But can I make more assumptions about Apex from just looking at their best map? Like is it just Pro where this would be happening? Or can I generalize and be like, well, maybe they don't even fully understand their best map, which means that, you know. Or maybe, like, this is the other thing. Maybe because I am me, in terms of, like, I think that, like, I probably think about the game in my way. Is it just me? And therefore, what's the point of being an asshole about it? Because, like, every other team plays shit anyway. Every other team does this stuff. So why, like, am I just becoming, like, a dick at that point? I don't know. No. EMEA just came fourth. We haven't won a trophy in like 2 years. I can be a dick, right? I should be like, this is bad. Everyone's playing bad, rather than just pretending that like, oh yeah, well, everyone plays bad, so who cares? Right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is in my opinion. Yeah, it kind of is in my opinion. I don't think I should put in my opinion though. I think that's one thing that Pansy was giving me feedback on, was like, she was saying that like I prefaced things too much with like, almost like I'm a coach, or as a coach, or, you know, in my opinion, just say the shit. Like, you're the fucking, you know, she'd be very complimentary and be like, you're the fucking, you know. She wouldn't say GOAT, obviously, because she thinks Pot is the GOAT, but you're like, you know, someone who's been very successful. Like, why do you have to preface it with this kind of like almost insecure, like, oh, maybe it could be like this. Just say your shit kind of thing. So I think I should just say it. Even if it is every single map or every single game where people just play horrible, I think I should just say it. Again, A main prio. A main prior. Okay, so they don't. I don't think they really understand. Because people are so bad at this map, they can do this and get away with it. Like, I feel like if the other team literally just did, they could probably just rush B. The other thing they could do is like take B long control and have full mid prior, and then do anything afterwards on the map. Like, they could fake. They can still go back A main late with art splits. They can take the whole map from them. And they didn't even leave people to like do anything with it. They just took the orb. Or they can just get punished. Like, if the attack really wants to punish this, you can just... You could either send like a full brawl here and just win it, or you could be more sneaky and like send 3 and then have 2 like coming this way, and the 3 are just there to like make it miserable, and then they just pinch. Like, But people aren't good at this map, so like they're not gonna get punished probably. How do I narratively talk about this? I guess it's difficult because it's like, well, if every team's doing this, I can't really make this into a big point. I guess it ties in a little bit to the stuff I'm saying about like their win conditions. Like their win condition is the 2 players who are gonna pop off, and like it's not gonna be the strategic side in my opinion. I know that it's like kind of mean and blunt, but like I don't agree with how they're playing so far. How should I actually like write this down though? Do I do like a full? I can't be bothered to do that. I think this kind of like giving like, so this would be like almost how I'd prep, is like I'd have like images and like descriptions of what's going on in the maps and shit. But I don't think the Apex I should do it for. It might be too much. And I mean, teams are going to change their shit by the time it happens anyway. So maybe I could just make this like a maps page. So like Pearl. The other thing though is that like sometimes I think something is bad, but there is a reason for it, right? So like Phoenix Orb being one of the reasons. So like I should probably try and focus on the reasons why they're trying to do this, and then explain why I think it's bad. But it's hard because explaining why I think this is bad is like kind of deeper theory that like most people probably won't care about. So I have to be careful. Taking 8 early in the game and until farming the Phoenix ult and then swapping to light A wouldn't be something decent. Let's give you another photo. Okay, so I'm not a pro expert by any means. So like I don't want to like pretend that like I would literally fix all this right now. But I'm pretty sure if I was on a team that I can see a lot of the problems happening on pro. And I kind of wanted to make videos about it because it is kind of mental to me. But like I said earlier, if you're sending 3 people here, number 1, I genuinely still believe that like they lose this fight. If there's like 3 to 5 people here, I think that defense loses this fight. I don't consistently see I don't see defense winning this fight. So number 1 is that even in its best form, I think it loses. Like the reason they're coming here is to fight, right? Like, and then take the orb. If they get full, I think they lose. The second thing is, if the other team simply goes for a B, you should be in now, retake B, right? And retake B is like, I don't know how bad the stats are, but I know on this map that like retaking A is way easier than retaking B. So like if you show 3 people over here and the other team is defaulting properly and then just goes, oh, let's fucking accelerate B, you should lose the round almost immediately. Could be something for analyst desk. The irony here is that it's easier to talk about this stuff in the cast right now, I think. There isn't that much time on the analyst desk to talk about these things. And I think it's something that, I don't know, like I could be wrong, but something that I will be feeling out a little bit. Yeah, so the simplified version of it is like, oh, there's 3 here. We can either just fight them and win, or we can just rush B and win, is the simplified version of it. I can't be bothered to go through the more complicated versions of it, but that's my current read on that situation. There are some teams who are going to be able to delay this long enough for the rush B maybe not to work, with Vice and stuff. And maybe this is like a Yoru kind of fast TPing over, and so it does make it a bit more awkward. but you can beat that too. Like, the attack should know that this is very weak, and then you know that this becomes weak. Like, it's not. Yeah, that's more like complicated when the comps get a bit more better. But this kind of Phoenix comp can't do tricky stuff. Pro A 33%, B is 28%. And that's also like, I think if you were to really break it down, I don't think that even kind of really tells the real picture. Because so many teams play like this dumb fucking way of playing A that like it's almost like the retakes are gonna be worse. Like when people are playing A so badly and dying and shit, the retake's gonna be worse. If you watch G2 play this map on defense, I think that there was some holes in the way they played in the finals on this side of the map, but their retakes were simply 4 people going through here with 1 late here, and they won like every single fucking retake. Like it was like funny. Would some teams see an A main stack introduce mid as weak as well? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Like it's almost like you could like take like all of this from them, and then you know that like they're probably gonna leave here. Like teams should be staying here and probably pushing out, but they don't because again, teams don't. I don't want to say they don't think, but like I know the way teams think. Like they usually take part of the map and then they don't want to push further at any point. They just like fall back. So yeah, if there is a lot of stall here, that you cannot like justify just going straight here, you know that you've probably taken a lot of the map from them, and then you can then kind of like figure out if they're still hard holding this or not and react off of it. I feel like, but this is all like, I don't know. This is me kind of like problem solving out loud, and I can't be bothered to go through the depths of like actually problem solving this stuff properly, because that would mean I'm doing coach levels of work, and I can't be bothered to do coach levels of work. Like I think that like if I'm at the point where I can see there's problems on the map and like suggest reasons why it's bad and like maybe things they could do better, like I think that's more than fine for being like analyst desk and like casting and stuff. I think if I'm at the point where I'm literally giving them full solves on maps, that means that I might as well just go and be a coach again, you know what I mean? Is every map just a win if defense takes A main? I mean, it depends on the comp. If it's a Euro comp, then not necessarily. It's a bit more difficult. To me, the A main stuff is literally the A main stuff on attack, because it's like attack does this way too much, and then defense almost reacts by doing it back to them, like. And it's almost like if the attack does the 1-1-3, and I'm not that scared if I'm defense, to be honest with you. But for some reason, defenders feel like they need to match it, and I'm not sure why. It should be the other way around, where if like defense is like sneaking people up here quite a lot, then the attack should be reacting, I think, with like trying to stop this happening early in rounds. But I don't know. That's my current theory on it all. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but like, there might be more subtleties that I'm missing, but I don't think many teams are thinking about those things. It just seems like they're just doing 1-1-3s for some reason. I don't really get it. What did Apex actually do this round? Sorry, I've completely missed. Did they do the A main thing again? They did, yeah. They took A main. But they got... Okay. There was no reaction from attack at all. How did they reset this round? Sorry. They re-aggress, rotate. This kind of angle is what like Trent does this a lot, where he's just like kind of here, and then he'll drone back through. I think this angle is actually not bad for info. I think people get stuck here quite a lot. Like this is where noobs get stuck. In order to be here, you really need someone here. You need like a full like smoke sub ready to like get out, because playing art hard is hard. This smoke is also Valen. Valen does the smoke. I don't know who did it first, but Valen's the one that I've seen do it. This smoke. It means that like attackers pushing this to kind of punish the maybe solo CT player is really difficult, because obviously you're pushing through a fucking smoke. And then you see sometimes G2 will get like funky and like sit in the smoke and kind of peek over the smoke over the wall and stuff. It's a good smoke. I think that every region's pro is... I think G2 have the closest... G2 are the closest to having the best pro of like all time, but they still fucked up a lot in the finals. Like the way they fucked up in the finals was they played B from like back here with like 2 people instead of just letting someone just go up and like actually take duels. And it meant that you remember Sylvan was camping here all the time. Sylvan should never have been able to get to this position. And then weirdly, when there was 2 people here, 3 people here, Jogama for some reason kept rotating, so there was 4 people here when there was no info on the map. It was really weird. Like Jogama really cost them in the last 2 rounds of the... They were 12-10 up, and I think the last 2 rounds were lost by Jogama TPing, if I remember correctly. Again, something that I was going to maybe do like video on, but I need to prep, so... Like everyone's going to remember like the ninja defuse and like Stax' 1v2 where he kills the diffuser. But the rounds were like lost from G2 before that, like almost. Would you say Vice is marginally stronger than Killjoy on this map? Yeah. I think Vice is much better at the moment. T1, again, another thing I was maybe going to do something on was like T1 won Pearl defense because of the Killjoy though. Because they had a turret here early quite often that wasn't getting destroyed, and then they started alarm botting here, and they just rotated 4 people like opposite the fucking Yuta. Look at that retake. Again, aiming, control. That's cute. I do like the in terms of micro, like this is cute. Like the Phoenix wall is used for the recon so we can wallbang. Like that's a cute play. The problem is it's not, like, in my opinion, it's not good macro, but it is good micro. Like Team Liquid don't know what they're doing. This is Team Liquid's worst map, right, bro? Like they don't know what they're doing.
They put a lot of pressure onto a player like Nat, being an IGL, facing all these challenges. When you've got your preparation in front of you and your opponent plays into it, at least then you're being tested.
I still haven't gotten over G2. Listen up, me for saying it would be the easiest BO5 since Tokyo. I mean, I was kind of memeing, like Like I was thinking, like, you know how like Bren just like kind of like gets a bit loose sometimes with some of his takes. Like I think I was doing a bit of like a loose one. I don't know how much I mean it. I mean, G2. It should have been. It should have been G2. Yeah, it should have been. You gonna watch any matches for KC? Yeah, of course. I'm gonna for KC. I'll watch some of the Abyss where I'm literally on the cast being like, Martin's played middle defense like 25 rounds in a row. Like, because I remember being like on cast being like, I don't know what they're doing. They're playing the same. They're not winning defense on Abyss, and they're not doing great on defense on Abyss, and yet they played the same setup every single round. I was really confused. If a Glorp, what's a Glorp, arrived on a spaceship and offered you like £4,000 a month to make a ton of YouTube videos, would you take it? £4,000 a month. What does that mean? Like that's my main job? To make YouTube videos?
Yeah, Nano
If it's my main job,
Cheating.
no.
That's a really good Molotov's gone. Never gonna see that one coming. 4-0.
It's not bad money, but it's not
Position at the moment. Team
it's not
Liquid, though, with
good
the right
money in
back out. Daddy
esports.
still has his ult, and there's a couple others coming online. 55 seconds. And they've just been looking on this attack side for somebody to step out of line, for someone on Apex to give
Turn down an alien. I don't know what this is. This a cat. If a cat is it a cat or an alien? Or is it an alien cat?
There you see that wall used in its new state. And once they do that, they still have quite a bit to deal with on this
It's
side.
an alien cat. Why is this alien cat a thing? Where's this come from? Like Team Liquid, like again, like let's look at their default. Oh, they go A main. Oh look, there's 0 pressure towards B long. So then we've got 1 person here, and there's 4 people here. For the love of God, when you guys are watching pro from now on, can you do this? Just ask yourselves, is the attack actually doing anything to make them not play for, like, between this space? And then just get angry. And then if you get angry enough, you're like, oh, this is how Mini feels when he watches Valorant.
It was like that the screen volley we saw that distracted people. No, I didn't see that. Nano actually. We see it 4-0 back out, looking on the opportunity. Half fluorescent.
Oh look, they're doing an A split into a bunch of people. Okay, to be fair, they did rotate 1 back. What is that Phoenix wall for? If I'm gonna be really pedantic, it should be going across the other way. When she's tagged. If you're tagged by Silvertron here, you know you can't hold this. You have to do it a curvy one. Or just don't wall. I mean, the hit is slow enough where 4 people are now here. See what I mean by this, like, playing off-site kind of approach just working? Like, I think Team Liquid look a little bit lost. The old 5-5 person B. Yeah, Nat should just be working B long a lot more, right? Just take that, take it versus. I mean, now they're just even like, yeah, we really need A main. Like, Flora's done really well, but shouldn't they lose this, right? Like, flash into peak should be camo. Like, Liquids are winning this, right? Macro-wise again. Like, you can't help Flora just diffed.
Speaking of fluorescent, that's already the opener going Apex's way. The shot dart to follow. Do a little bit of tickle damage. Scary as
I'd send my Euro solo B long. The bait Viceful. I think you need more than 1 person. You can't just send a Euro at B long alone. But yeah, generally speaking, especially in Vice meta, like, you need to get rid of the Viceful too, so. And then just 4 people. I wish that Apex played a better team when Batu was back. As in, like, Team Liquid are a good team, but like a better team on this map. Because Pro wasn't a map that they liked. Good little bait and switch setup. This one's even in our Patreon. We did Chamber Euro though. I put Chamber in this corner.
There's the first. There you go. 1-0. And it's gone. That was also the other thing you had to rely on was...
Yeah, so notes wise. It's yeah. Yeah, there's not much for me to really say. Like, Liquid are not good at this map.
Teams like Fnatic as well. They have taught me that a game is never over until you see that 13 waning.
You see what I mean by this art horde? It's like, it's not Because if you jiggle peek this angle, this is like fairly soft, and so you die a lot of the time. The other problem with playing like this area is that like you can be pinched from A main. Like people's, like I think Apex do it on their attack where Flora was like dashing into art. So like if you're gonna play this kind of setup where Flora is, like you need some person, you need some kind of like art something. You need like a star or like a flash or a wall or something, like some kind of vice util or something, like just something to help you. Whereas like this just happens all the time. It's the same with ranked as well, honestly. Like, what are we watching? We're just going through we're going through like 12 to 1 in EMEA. So like right now we're in Apex because they finished, well, I would say they finished last. And I'm just watching their best map. And I might watch some of their Haven to see.
Okay, I don't love you guys anymore. Complete flip. I hate you all now. Oh, 8 to 1.
There's a flash set up here.
Likely to be used reactively here. We see those retakes.
They're giving up art control. I don't know why Killjoy's in the middle of the map. It's anti-KO set up, maybe? Anti-KO? I don't know. I don't know what this guy's doing.
Okay, I don't love you guys anymore. Fluorescent ultimate likely to be used restful when they do take a step back off the side.
One other big thing on this map is like art control, right? So like it makes the retake on A much harder if the attack does have art. Like if the attack only has like this space, like the retake is so easy. So like if there was an A split coming in here and they did have like the players posted up art, this A retake does become a bit harder. Especially if the plant's like 4 art. Oh, I got a question, guys. Do you guys like EMEA broadcast? We've got like the ability to like do stuff with like the zooms and stuff. Do you guys find the zoom ins like this just distracting or not? I frame that in a bad way because I actually quite like if I was to be able to like use them all the time, I would, because like I look at the minimap a lot and I like to cast from the minimap. But I was wondering what you guys think. Bergsko says love it. Classic says no. My read on whether you like this or not, and I'm sorry if this sounds like a flame, is that this is going to be liked by people who do not naturally look at the minimap a lot when they're watching a broadcast. Okay, don't ignore the use case. Like, I don't want to flame Tom or Mitch or whoever's pressed it. Like, ignore that. Like, you might not think that this is valuable enough to like zoom in on. Like, I don't have a hot opinion about that. But like, if this was like something kind of valuable, like, would you want it? Mimi hates it. I can, like I just said, I think that the people who would dislike this are people who are going to be looking here anyway, because I'm looking at this being like, oh my god, it's fucking covering up shit that I'm trying to look at. But the people who stare at this part, like, might actually look here, because, like, which is helpful. I like it as it helps me understand what to look for. If you could put the map in full screen, I'm down. If the caster says look at the Euro TP, the problem is that like the way that the cast works though is that like there's not always space to do that. Like if Pansy's talking and I want to just like highlight something, I might do this, and then like she might be like give me the space to be like, oh look at like watch out for this TP or something, like, you know what I mean? So it can't always be clean. Maybe what I should look at is like if we were to use this more, it's just making it smaller. Like it doesn't need to be this big, right? It cuts off so much space. Wendler thinks for casual viewers is good. This is what I think. Yeah, I'm erring towards it's better than what most of you are gonna say, because you're all kind of like people who might look at minimaps anyway. Or a lot of you are like minimap watchers. because like you wouldn't be in my chat, I don't think, as much. Like the people in my chat are gonna be more minimap watchers than most other people. This is my conclusion. But I do think it's a bit big, innit? It is a bit big. Like maybe we can half the zoom size. Maybe we can half the zoom size. Because it's taking up, it is actually taking up space. Yeah. Maybe I'll screenshot this and have a think about it. See what other talent think. Oh, bruh, it goes. Look how ludicrously big it gets, man. Like it literally covers like everything. Yeah. The pens are way better to me. When Pansy was saying that Potter used just a lot of just like drawing stuff quite a lot, even like on screen like this, where she was like doing that, where like if someone was like going this way, she'd actually just like actually draw on. Like, do you think that like if I just drew like a circle around this, do you think it's better than the zoom in? The only thing I would note is that like you have to like use your finger, and like it's not easy. It's not like it's really not easy to like do it. Okay. If you call it, yeah. Maybe I need to get a pen. Like an actual just like tablet pen. And maybe I'll test that out instead. Because if I'm casting, I'm just doing it like fucking Epic Pen anyway. And just like kind of like almost kind of doing co-streamy kind of sliggy shit at the same time. I think that it could be useful anyway. I wouldn't want to just become minimap. Like I'm wary of my minimap enjoyerness anyway. Like there's times where I'm missing like Nats get a 3K, and I'm not really like in the mode of like thinking like, oh, that's kind of more important than the shit I'm looking at right here, you man. The minimap, that's good. That's good actually. That should be a segment I do on the desk. The minimap. That's good. That's good. I like that. Okay. TLDR. People find distracting if they are minimap enjoyers. Casuals like it. Compromise. Use pen more. I kind of need to, where the fuck is, because production likes it when we use this shit because they did pay money for it, you know what I mean? Like, I think they did have to like implement it all, you know what I mean? So they do enjoy when we do it, but I'll have some conversations with them about it. Because I've started to be a bit more like hesitant around it. 80% of VCT are casuals. Yes, it's true, and we should be catering for them. But what I'm saying is like, if it's easier, just be like.
Time goes on, we're just gonna realize that minis are frauds, man.
It makes me weird every time. It throws me off. Thank you very much, Fire Dawn, for the sub. Thank you very much. Did you see the GIF? Was there like a GIF that came up of me molding or something? Or did you just hear the noise? Did you see the GIF? Okay. Was it appropriately sized? Was it appropriately angry enough for you guys? Was it a good choice of GIF? I had about 6 I could choose from that Deluxe nicely chose from it. Oh, we actually are playing for retake. But like now, like plant here, if Team Liquid have art right now and they stop overcommitting this way and literally just played an art post plant right now, I think they're in a good spot.
From a Hunter's Fury, one away from a Cosmic Divide, a single pick on this
Let's see.
to get them right back in. And
Why is
with
okay?
how well
That's a great knife.
does at reclaiming that space using this ultimate, I think a nasty surprise awaits her though. Camo perfectly positioned.
It's like a Durka post plant. This Durka's just left alone to do what the fuck he wants, and we just play an actual post plant.
Using this ultimate, I think a nasty surprise awaits her though. Camo perfectly positioned, and in fact, coming alive individually. Will meet floor for the second time, and this time, that's where he lays.
It was very low for you.
An advantage.
It sounded quite loud to me. I could turn it up a little bit. Up it out to 15%. Can I preview it?
With the longer the time goes on, we're just gonna realize that minis are frauds, man.
Still a star online for Kiko, flank underway. It looks like this door may be well and truly shut on this round. That's not quite good for the kill, but Kiko's got all his team.
Okay, easy.
So good individual play from him. Very about to come under pressure once more. They've been avoiding Batu as well. You saw the round 2 rounds ago where
They've been avoiding Batu.
in this position.
Mitch has missed. Mitch has missed. I got to include the whiff as well.
Sprinting on the rotations because of his position on B, so deep with that operator looking to catch them when they go back towards that side of the map. We've usually seen him either go for that flank or take his gate crash, which has just now disappeared over towards the defender spawn.
FA, man. I mean, this sub's not like this is like the worst probably like positions we could be with the 4 being like here, if you know what I mean, because like this Killjoy ain't gonna be able to do anything by themselves. Phoenix is kind of like out of action, and then it's just down to these 2 really. So I was let's see how Apex, like if Apex still get kills playing this passive. Like it wouldn't surprise me if they still like win this round, even though Team Liquid are like doing good stuff. Like they haven't, you know, that even though Team Liquid are in a position where they have art and A main control, is basically what I'm saying.
It's been because he is the point of contact.
Like Liquid aren't doing good stuff. They're getting a bit lucky. It's kind of what I mean. And I mean, they're still 5v3 despite like despite the positions not being the best positions from Apex. Like that's how much value having the Euro literally know there's nobody here is that even in a sub where like they've taken A and they're going art and we're not ready to hold art, they get 1 cheeky kill and they still get like a solo kill. Like again, maybe if the server didn't have ult, maybe, you know what I mean, maybe if the lucky spam didn't come through, but still it's happening. Like I don't know.
Shock as well. Damage across the board. Team Liquid. They're not going to wait for that retake.
If you're hype, you never walk through there, to be honest. This is like weak. So like, you know, I quite often talk about like weak side, strong side. So like, let's say that like we got 3 playing here. So this is the strong, and like this is the weak, right? The same kind of theory should be applied to retakes, right? So this is the strong side of the retake. Let's just do it like this. So this is the strong side of the retake. This is the weak side. In terms of retake theory, this side of the retake should be going first and making lots of noise. I mean, especially when you're going for a tiny fucking choke point here. So like the fundamentals here are off completely. Like they should not be taking contact here at all. We should be waiting for these 3 to come up, maybe smoke off the choke, make some noise. Make these players here make a decision to watch, to help and watch and help the fight on site. And then if you're able to time it nicely, they're in a safe position, and then they just get flanked. The Arc gets flanked. Like the weak side starting the retake, basically here, which is wrong. There are situations, depending on the map, where like you can't just make it as easy as that. Like the strong side and the weak side kind of go like together, or like the weak side might have to do something a bit weird. But like this situation, what I'd be doing is, again, like if these 3 make noise, I'd have one person here, one person here. The one person goes out when these start taking contact. This player bait the second player. Don't go for trade frags. If this player dies, this player starts walking out and baits. Because I don't think that this is a great place to run out 2 people from, because of the chances of just getting multi-killed is really high because of the tiny choke point. So I would do a bait if I'm here completely. Oops, shit.
Beautiful stuff. Team Liquid maintain control of Art. Heat goes in for another. Batu, no success with the operator this time. And Avova left to pick up the pieces. Smoke fades, and so does Avova. And the lead from Apex thins
Like
down.
these little things where it's like really easy, like Bugs is saying, like so obvious to point out now. Like I'm trying to keep like a catalog in my head of things like that I could do like videos on and stuff, because I do think that like there's enough about this game that's like simple and not necessarily map theory like specifics, where it's more like general that like people would be interested by, I guess, or at least learn from. So I'll keep it in mind. Like if there's anything like that you're like, oh no, that which makes a lot of sense, then just keep letting me know, because I'll try and make it more of a thing I talk about in general, I guess. Another bait and switch setup.
Certainly seems so. More proactivity from the side of Apex. That's what they're looking for.
So the TLDR, everything's a main. Yeah. Micro-wise, some decent bait and switch setups, like, and a nice Phoenix Wall kind of idea. Like they had a couple of nice ideas, but it's Team Liquid have called. It's hard. Like when it comes to like stuff like this, it's how much blame do you put on the IGL? To me, as the coach, if I was coaching Team Liquid here, I would put all the blame on myself. I think I'd be like, okay, we don't understand attack pro, and I would blame myself for that, because I think that that's more the coach's job for that side of things. The IGL can come to the table with stuff and might even make a lot of stuff, but I've always seen it as like the coach needs the underpinning theory. It's the coach's responsibility to have the underpinning theories. The IGL has more than enough to do outside of that they don't necessarily need to know the map that well. So like Nats here, like I don't blame him for calling this stuff. I think it's more theory on the map is off. And that's nothing against Lohan and Yotsun, because like, you know, they've done a very good job this year, but in terms of like who I'm blaming for this kind of attack side, I'm blaming the coaches. Will you watch any VCT China? Where to get some context on how she looks in pro player heading MEA? That's a good shot actually. I saw Waylay was being played earlier, and I did try to flick through the VODs quickly. But the team got destroyed, didn't they? A little bit. So I mean, I could watch it on stream. Maybe that's something I'll write down quickly. What the fuck? Like, what is it? Bind fucking Abyss out. Ascent Icebox in. What's like the main things here? It's like deadlock, E rework, Clove. Is there anything else that's relevant? Is it just these two these teams that played? Is there any other Chinese teams that played? Any other Waylay in general? Is Run It Back actually doing stuff now? Like, is it a useful site yet or not? Oh, it is useful now. Okay. Okay, cool. Maybe it's not useful. Okay, they might just not have the games up yet. They don't have info on China, right? Like, I watched one round of Lotus and he used the dash, and then he equipped his dash on defense, and then the rubble got taken from them, and he just didn't use his dash. I was like, okay, like maybe this agent doesn't look great on Lotus, but yeah, I'd have to. The metal change for Clove is genuinely irrelevant. Like, you can't tell me this metal rework means anything to me. Like, it really doesn't mean anything. Teo, what is it now? Salvo's what's the damage nerf? So what's the most important shit here? I think it's like these three, then ISO, then Clove probably. Undercut, rework, one only. Silences, shield, controllable. I don't know if I think this is a nerf or buff, to be honest with you. It's a nerf to the way that I thought about ISO and Fnatic, but it might not be an overall nerf. Trap still breakable with one. Yeah, so I don't need to. These are the. It's really important to talk about this because it means that. Like that, you know what I mean? I put the. I don't know what to call the ISO wall. I called it a shield for some reason. Just less stall with that double undercut. It's more about like map control stuff to me. So the way I saw ISO mostly being played was, let's say for Lotus, you would use the undercut to take A control, and then you have one spare for when you actually need it. You know what I mean? Later on, whereas now you use it and it's gone. And then Haven is the same. Like, you use the undercut. for A control, whether it's like one of the like any of these, and you still have one left. You know what I mean? It's like now it's like harder to do like map control defense stuff, which is one of the reasons why we thought that the ISO was good.
Don't know is clear. It's a patience, but I'll try to make this work. The flash is good. The response though still there for Liquid. It's winnable.
A bigger buff for Liquid drain you
like him, so maybe.
I think
The guy will be able to Haven up, but cross the map.
Better in ult. He always gets shielded in ult. Oh really? I don't think that's massive, but it's quality of life. It means that you could start the round without the ult. Like, your opener doesn't have to use your ult, but you should just open with the ult anyway. Like,
That run it back is still one of the ultimates that comes online the quickest.
wait, that is important, right? Let me think. Because what you should do now when you have ISO ult, actually that's... What you should do when you have ISO ult now, is... Instead of doing like Fnatic stuff, where like we would have like setups designed to like get a cheeky, you know, listen for someone and try and take them at the start of the round. You should start your round by using your ISO shield, right? Or you should be in a position where you can fight with your ISO shield, take a fight, and then when it breaks, you just dip out, and then you go into your ult. Then you're looking for an ult kill, right? That's so much more efficient now. That's the kind of little value that we won't see every team playing ISO do. But now that I've realized it, that I will be... Oh, you understood it? You misunderstood? Oh, okay, never mind. If that was the case, then it would be cool, the interaction that you could have done, where you literally shield start a round and then go back and... So what is it? I don't care about the subtle detail in this one. If it's literally not what you just said there, it doesn't really matter. A main and B. This default isn't amazing.
Utility expended towards B, where he was thinking about, but moving swiftly on.
Like, they have no way of like knowing if what's going on in middle.
It is a split across
Luckily,
the
the defense doesn't do
utility expended
anything.
towards B, breaking the camera as well to maybe force a player to try and support. And
You have to use the drone
now bear in mind,
here.
that run it back is still one of the ultimates that comes online. But commenting about these flashes. Fluorescent, and I think
I like KO in this position. I think Anders talked about it once, where like if you have a KO playing like this kind of rotation, maybe I can't remember which team he was talking about, but you can do pop flashes like over each side and like support from being like a center rotation, which is kind of a cool idea. I don't think they're actually gonna do that though. I remember actually watching this, and I don't think Pasitech actually did that. But why is he not moving? This should be Apex's round.
there it goes. Quick swing, and no one's there. It's wide open for the taking till Camo steps in. Easy kill for Batu. Nats, well, they finally figured it out when a
Yeah.
cage goes up on the side.
You see, like it's taken us to this point to actually see someone go B properly, and I think that Team Liquid actually win this, right? But you know, never mind. Okay. Like, look how, like, this is what happens all the time on this map in my head. Especially with a Cypher Jet here, like...
There it goes. Quick
Yeah.
swing, and no one's there. It's wide open for the taking till Camo steps in. Easy kill for Batu. Nats, well, they finally figured it out when a cage goes up on the
Do
side.
you think ISO Yoro Teo Omen Cypher would work on Haven? Yoro ISO Teo Omen Cypher... Yes. If you want to play ISO Euro, I think that works. Is Phoenix workable? Euro Phoenix workable instead of Jet Neon? Euro Phoenix. I don't know why. I just feel like if you're gonna play Phoenix, you might as well just go full in and play Jet. Even though Euro, you should just play Euro. Like, you shouldn't play Phoenix, and you should just play Euro. But if you're gonna play Phoenix for some reason, I'm like, well, you might as well just play Jet at that point. Who cares?
I'm thinking to what Fnatic were running for quite a while, the ISO Yoru with an Alpha Durko.
So I'm not sure. I think that no, I think it's right. I think this is right. I think you just play Yoru is way better, so just play Yoru. In my head, I was just a bit like, if you're the reason you're playing Phoenix is you prefer just a direct approach. You don't want to play like as much cerebral gameplay, so you might as well just play Jet. But to be honest with you, like you just play Yoru.
For me, it's still playing the Yoru.
You're still giving him
It's
Yoru.
fluorescent on the ISO.
Oh, listen, yeah, give me.
But I think this comp makes sense for the team, right? Like if what I'm saying is like they need to unleash Flora and Batu. You look very glowy. It's just because my window, like the window makes me look for some reason like I'm actually getting sunlight. When if you saw what it looked like at my window, you'd be like, wait, why does Mini look like he's glowing? What's your thoughts on Waylay? I haven't actually talked about that. It's difficult. I think if I in the short term, I'd run Waylay in Jet spots, like where Jet is usually played, just like Ascent Ice Box maybe, just to see how it went, and then eventually just probably go back to Euro on Ascent and Chamber on Icebox probably. I think that Apex should play double Judas though. I don't think it's good, but Split is the only map I like double Judas on. I don't hate it on Abyss. Not sure why else looks good. I haven't theory crafted anything about Waylay, I'll be honest with you. What I think the problem with Waylay is like, let's say someone says Pearl, let's just like open Pearl up right now and like look at Waylay. So like immediately I'm thinking we probably need a chamber is what I'm thinking. Because like you can't play up here, right? You'd have to like start rounds with your fucking, what is it? I don't know what the abilities are. I don't know which one's which. That looks a bit sus to me, but you'd have to start rounds with using your ability to like set someone up or something. Like the way that defense would be played is like you can't play the pattern of like you can't just come here and play it anymore, you know what I mean? You're kind of like taking space and then maybe you're leaving someone and then you have to leave and then someone takes over your spot, if that makes sense. Like you can't be the aggressive duelist, if that makes sense. When there's put a smiley face, because the other thing is, yeah, I won't talk about it too much, but you can also concede the space and then re-aggress it is basically what I won't go into too much details, but like you could concede space and re-aggress it with Waylay. But I don't think teams will want to do I don't think teams are going to want to do that because I like again like I know it sounds weird, but I know the way I know how teams think. I know how most teams think about this stuff, and I think that in order to like change the way that like presumably your Judas player is going to have to play a very different style, and your team is going to have to understand a very different style if you're conceding space and then re-clearing it or retaking space, as opposed to just like playing the normal game patterns. If that makes sense. Where they dash back into fake Astra smoke. I mean, to be in the middle of here, pull out your dash, and then jump away is pretty. I think that's pretty optimistic. Optimistic. Yeah. I could be wrong, but I think that's pretty optimistic. I think it's even pretty optimistic for like Jets to currently play up here and try and get away, to be honest with you. Like it's not that fun. Anyway.
Last game where we were saying questions and the rifle. Got 23 kills. I think it might be slightly, especially with you setting up a drone right now.
You do have to wonder if maybe that could be distributed a little bit better, but
yeah, I mean, this is why was this a thing? Like, this sounds really bad. I hate as a coach, I'm like looking at this and I'm like, okay, you know, Batu should have the rifle. Like they've already did that one meme game where like Flora didn't have a rifle and someone else had rifle. But unfortunately, and like I would just ignore that at my level of like analysis, because like it's just like, okay, like they're just being stupid. Like I'm sure they'll switch it, they'll figure it out. But you kind of gotta talk about it, right? Like if the goal, like the way that they hit their goals is unlocking Flora and Batu, and I've seen it now twice where they're not dropping them weapons. Like that's kind of a bad look. It's like very shallow analysis, but that's pretty bad look, right? Have I noticed anything else economy related? Like, are they a half armor team? Is anyone a half armor team anymore? I presume not because of Outlaw, right? What's their second round buy? They do FPX buy. I think I remember their ults. I think my intuition about ults was not play defense sided ults. Like most EMEA teams, I'll be honest with you, I don't think played for defense sided ults. And I think Apex was one of those teams. Like we're about to see them hopefully go into a Phoenix ult round. So
yeah, well, you do, I suppose. Watch Batu get 4 kills, anyways. Decoy's gonna be
is that enough for me to say they do play around attack side ults? I don't know. It's a bit easier to play around attack side ults. I think it's harder to play around defense side ults. But they did do the server ult round, I guess, where like they did have a server here, throwing stuff. I don't know if it really felt like. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'll put this as preliminary.
Now they need the kills. Very nice stuff. Okay, they've caught Mats completely off guard, but a 1v3.
Can you define the FPX by? It's two. You have 2 ghosts and 3 rifles, and it's actually harder to do than you think. You have to figure out stuff. People have to do quick maths and stuff.
I think it was 7. I think it was 7 at one point. Because I remember thinking it was 8.
It's the idea that you don't go into your third round thinking it's like a full bonus round. You kind of like you should have enough for the round after, but like the idea is you make this round as strong as possible. Like the next round might be rough for them, but you make this round as strong as possible, and you put a lot of pressure on the defense economy. Let's say you even lose this round, but you kill let's say you kill like 3 to 4 people. Like their economy is now shit still, and yours is kind of shit now too because you lost. But like it's almost like it's almost like worth it, in my opinion. That's one thing actually I should look at. Economy. Stats on stinger buys. I don't think it's good. What's my stats thing gonna be? Pink. Oh. How do I highlight a fucking thing? So ugly. Stats on stinger buys. Is there any other economy? Stats on outlaw? Is there anything agent-wise that I'd want to know about? I think... I mean, Teo stats make it seem like Teo's a bot right now, though. But Vice stats are good, so I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to use stats if you're like... If I'm like, oh, Vice is good, look at stats. Teo is good, look at stats. Oh wait, Teo stats don't look good. It's hard to kind of justify using stats in that way on broadcast. Oh, Deadlock Note is the wall. Yeah. 400. I still don't think that's a buff though, I think. It's a big deal for eco buys. I would argue that the net being refreshable is also pretty good for eco buys, though, if you know what I mean. I do agree with what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. The wall doesn't even see. Like, I know this sounds bad, but the wall doesn't. The wall. Teams don't even use the wall well anyway. Like, it's simply going to be teams that play Deadlock are going to be going for big trap combos, and the wall is like the cherry on top to me. On attack sides, it's ironically almost better on attack sides in my head. The wall. Nah, it's not. I don't know. I know what you mean. I never like one of the I think weaknesses I have is I'd never really think about the game in that kind of way. Like, I don't think, well, I do, but I kind of don't appreciate it as much, like the small economy details or in terms of like ability efficiency, and then also like ults. Like people when people analyze agents, they first talk about the ults. I'm almost like, wait, why are you talking about their ult? Like that's like one in fucking one or twice, one or two times a half, like, and then, but like you should talk about ults in that way because if an ult is much better than another ult, like it does win you the round. So those are things that sometimes I kind of underappreciate, I guess. I mean, Batter's not good at that, right? Isn't it really easy to do this? I remember Bosa saying there's a player who does this and wins every take. I think it's Sociable or someone. He's really good with the Euro short air.
Kiku's done incredibly well in these last couple of rounds to just didn't
a ballsy play, but one that has most certain.
they just deny those players. The gun ran
See, I thought Patty Tech would come here and then throw like a flash right now.
when they only have a single
But he doesn't throw a flash.
This is how confident they are and what the essence of Bantam was. Kiku's done incredibly well in these last couple of
He
rounds.
didn't throw a flash the entire round.
Deny those players. Even still though, Fluorescent with
Weird.
the rifle, another one comes up for Malsey.
Who cares if you kill them, I guess. Do you know why they benched Kamek? I have a pretty good idea, yeah. Not like specifically, but like, I don't think it's game performance.
The longer this goes, the more they will sweat.
You really thought that would be more of a quiet round from Apex, but yeah, leading with the ultimate from Batu, and you can see why.
Come to maybe over it doesn't. It's more tech. So many from a Hunter's Fury. That Dimension Drift really could have been useful.
Would you say it was as dumb of a move as it looks to an outsider? I don't know, like, I don't know what you mean. Like, what I've heard is that it's to do with some, not game-related stuff. Like, and for me to talk more than that means that, I'm talking about stuff I don't actually know anything about. If a player like Team Liquid have drawn a short straw with roster changes a few times, where like they make changes for what they perceive to be like good reasons, but the community obviously are a bit like question marking it. If Team Liquid think there's a player on their team that's literally like they're not vibing. Vibing is what they use for Verno, right? If they're not vibing appropriately, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I don't know specifics, like, and specific, like, there's some things I've been told, but they're not specifics, and if I start saying them, then it just sounds like rumors, like, but it's like a weird position to be in, because it's like, how do I act? Like, how do I do that? Half armor buy? Oh, they are a half armor team. They are a half armor team, okay. Apart from Molsey for some reason, the IGO. Why do I now want to spell armor wrong? Like, we spell it like this in the UK, right? Yeah. I'm used to spelling it wrong now with the American fucking... GSR is very good, but yeah, he's not old enough. GSR is 100% going to be VCT next year. Like that guy, the guy's stats are too good.
Nice flash. But the push isn't quite deep. They don't swing fully around the corner.
What have we seen from their attack so far? I have not really been paying attention too hard. They're a 1-1-3 team. I mean, this might make more sense, but they never... Did they ever, like, quickly just... No, they didn't. Oh.
At least for the moment. Instead, Liquid look to set up here.
They just love a main. They're not really...
Drone before, but this would be a bit of
A main exec? Okay, they do have ults, but...
Cosmic Divide in combination with
This is just bad.
Because Kiko has been an unstoppable force once again.
Can I explain that on a cast? How would I explain this on the desk? On the desk, it's like weird because I feel like both teams are playing horrible on attack side. What would I pick out? Like they're just both playing a horrible macro.
Kiko has been an unstoppable force once again. We're going to see this aggression.
Isn't that like to me that's the most, that is the main narrative of this map, is both neither team knows how to play attack side. But then nobody does. But then I don't know. Like what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
But this time it's a ruse.
They've used 4 Astra stars at the start of the round.
The goal, sell the idea that they've taken that control.
Do you think Apex has a chance in the league? I was kind of disappointed from what they've for sure, and I have a feeling 2 duelist players in your team forces to play double duelist. They need to play double duelist because the only way they possibly hit the goals that they want for this year are by having Batsu and Fluorescent pop every game. I don't know enough about Batu to know if he's good enough at other roles to like pop off on other roles. Is that something I should be looking at? His stats are a bit of a mess, and he just barely played any games. Like he's new, like he's so fresh. Bro, he's been playing since 2021 though. Why has he played in 2021? And they didn't play again for 2 years. What is this? Anyone got any lore there? Batu plays everything.
Else on the back of it, and they're still shifting to the A side. Yeah, they think, same as you said, there have been drone fakes. We've seen that before. The expectation.
Did he go back to CS and come back? Maybe. Yeah, we have alerts Lux, but I was I had the followers on by accident, so it kept fucking railing my ears with loud sounds. Look at this, man. This is what we're talking about. Look at this. Look. Like, what's informing these decisions? Bro, like Team Liquid are rotating though, so it's worked. How are we here? Okay, the second thing I want to talk about with Pro is if you do come back be long, 1 minute 08. What have they done from 1 minute 08 to 47 seconds? Answer, nothing. You can't do that when you go back be long. If your map looks like this, where you've only got B, you need to exit. You can't wait around. Like, look, there's 4 people here. I bet by the time they exit, that like. I mean, it didn't look horrible. Only the Cypher was really there. I mean, Astra's still here. Yeah, I don't know. They're baiting. But their actual XX, I guess that's something we need to look at. Because people were very much like talking about the way that Floor was being set up as like a narrative. Some people thought they were setting her up well, and some people thought they were setting her up badly. I mean, Flora has just jumped into a smoke with a flash out. I think that's a Flora problem. Yeah, I mean, Flora fucked up. So can't really talk about that. Eco. Ironically, I was gonna say that their eco rank default looked better than their fucking gun rank default, and then they end up winning. I mean, I don't think that it's a great default, but
Something that it was incredible, and I'm now worried for Apex. Tribulations, it's scoreline.
Lead that they had and completely blindside.
bro, how do you lose this? If you're Team Liquid, how do you lose this? What's happened here?
This is a different taste of Apex's attack. They found the opening pick, or at least traded it back with hype already down. They lost their double door control for a moment. Lost their
Oh, it's because they. Wait.
in the game in a
Oh,
convincing
Kiko
way,
just
and
face random there.
that lead has been
What?
diminished.
Why is he faced that? I guess he faced it off a pop
Game
flash.
in a convincing way, and instead
Yeah, Patty takes flash for him.
that lead has
Okay.
It's
Okay.
gonna be easy for him.
Yeah, but Batu will have the opportunity after Malsey gets spotted. Batu comes.
Yeah, I don't know how Patty man.
No! The attempted knife! Batu comes swinging in. It's actually a Vova. No! But Batu will have the opportunity after Malsey gets spotted. Batu comes swinging in. It's actually a Vova. No!
I mean, he had to go for the knife, to be fair.
Steals that one away.
No, he didn't. He could have just pistoled, right? No, he had a deagle.
See
Okay.
those blades
He had
bounce
to go for the knife.
Yeah, everything just clenched. I can't unclench after that.
Yeah.
No, man.
There's a, by the way, pay safe card thrifty. They did win it with the low buys, but yeah, that's your IGL, by the way.
What are you doing? Exactly. What are
See, like situations like that again. In my head, I'd probably be like, "Aha, knife kill, funny." But I as a coach could not care less about that knife. But like, I need to start. Yeah, you have to talk about that, right?
Well, he's unhinged.
like
I mean, I defend the knife because it was actually fine, but
Why are you even trying that? What are you doing?
the people don't want to hear about my fucking takes about the macro if someone's going for a knife kill.
When they needed him most, that seems to be where he comes alive. Even still, we've seen
It's a straight B split. Is this like a ult round?
Still a chance for him to play in and
Why are
around.
we re-clearing A with a Phoenix?
I don't know.
Unhinged gameplay.
Like this is very janky. We're like, we have B long. We're worried about a stack here because the defense could have here. But instead of just having a default, which means that we could push this off early or like have some info about what's happening here, we send a player back to fake a flash. Like, this is janky.
Times they double.
I don't know if
A fake at hot hands.
I mean, I've checked them out.
I think Flores hot hands the box and then they've smoked. It's
He doesn't have a gate crash down.
kind of worked, but it's very inefficient.
I don't know.
Unhinged gameplay.
There it is.
You know what I mean by this? Like how like this looks inefficient, where like you're using someone to go to here and then come back. Like it's just inefficient.
We've seen a massive thing. They've really
Like there's so much time and space and just nonsense.
Solo walking through mid. I don't know if anybody.
He doesn't have a.
There it is.
He's used it to bait them. That's almost.
Okay, I mean they do think about the attack ults at least.
But damage hype lands it onto Kamek for the trade at least. They've lost Batu, but still have the numbers. They had them, but Nats put a wedge in that. 12 seconds time to plant and fluorescent. So very, very low.
Double duelist things, I guess. About what I'm talking about, I don't think it has much to do with double duelist.
Camo is just running the other way. 12 to 9.
Double duelist things would be accepting that like you couldn't work the map as easily and therefore should just send it more, I guess. Instead of slowly scaling up.
TPing, being dropped, and then the second player just that unit play. It's going to be a different game altogether. But the only
Eco.
one to be as easy around as it looks like on that sidebar.
2 bites of the cherry. They also had extra credits. This was dropped over to Fluorescent. They're still going to be able to buy next round, so don't mind it at all. Credits.
It's easier.
Dropped over. Ultimate available in a late round. It could be high impact. Potentially could even force some
Oh,
players out.
it's nice hot hands.
Already going to be making things that little bit more awkward for Kiko to try and play around these angles, but that ult still yet to be used.
Jeez.
In fact, Ado, he play around
This is a massive mistake from Kamek. In my opinion. But then Kiko is kind of Kiko's making Kamek play this kind of style. Like Kiko is playing kind of aggressive in the smoke, so Kamek feels like he kind of has to support. What did he have? He had shocks only. Okay. I would just bait. To be honest, I'm baiting Kiko there.
Eventually, it's thrown out. Hyper's done well, but Kiko's still standing, and they haven't managed to deal with him just in the middle of the site. Still looking to fight, and it's all got wrong. Very back.
They have to this crazy kill as you re-emerge from that ultimate. 2 rounds in between them. This is getting
Bro,
very scary. For
the
Apex,
A main
especially
overemphasis
late in this
again.
match.
Kiko now matches Badu. Someone who around in the second, the lockdown that back in the direction.
To be fair, Liquid are playing so poorly that what like they don't know what they're doing.
Did nothing.
Easy rounds for Apex. Like you said, ult goes into B. Nobody moves.
The A main exec.
Still up close. The position that he found so much impact from before.
Yeah,
And it's happening again. The one found Fluorescent though steps through the nade to take the duel. A much needed.
They have Killjoy ult for post, okay, but they don't use it for post.
So many of these Team Liquid players. In fact, the whole team is here. And Team Wesley.
In those individuals on the B site.
I'm gonna have to. Decent play around ults.
Kiko Nats, that if things go wrong and they do hit that site, they'll be active side.
Down, you'll have easier. 25 shields
Okay.
across the board. No outlaw time in that.
No ults as well.
Okay, I don't want to. Okay, maybe I'm flaming too much. Sure.
There literally is nothing to said an immediate pickup of the rifle.
They win this round, surely.
Pressure now placed on.
Make all my make everything I'm saying results based analysis, please. Thank you, Flor. Okay, I mean it's still so rough if they.
So it's coming. Great pick by Batu. Batu again. And now it's Camo.
How did that go so wrong? I like this thing, that this smoke, right? Is this part of the smoke? The smoke, yeah, look at this. Look how cool this smoke is as well. It stops the recon from pinging inside. So you can do the one G2 do up here, which is what they did too. But then you can also do this one, which means that if they do recon this the pit, that you're safe. Which is kind of cool. Are you doing every team? Yeah, I should do every team. It might not be this deep for every team. Like I might just like write stuff out. I'm not gonna do it today.
So it's coming. Great pick by Batu. Batu again. And now it's Camo. Left to try.
I would have started like I would have started like a week ago maybe, but I've had so much shit to do.
76 HP and going for the spike. The swing from Batu is what a great these teams.
Haven. Let me quickly just flick through Haven. Are people gonna be annoyed with me doing this? Like I'm just calling out people almost on some level. Imagine if I hadn't like won trophies and I was writing shit like this. People would go wild, wouldn't they?
saw it Sage on Fracture.
People love trash talk. No, I mean like people who like Apex, I guess. Like imagine if imagine when I start doing this stuff for teams that people like. You know? Like Apex ain't a team that's got like a huge fan base, you know what I mean? Did you do this style of prep when you're coaching? No. I didn't do it like this. I did it more like this. You can see my prep for foot there. But it's more like that, yeah. Where it's like key shit. And then there usually be a page that looks there'll be a page with a game plan on it as well. Do you mind if I ask something about poster? You can ask me questions and I will answer maybe. You don't have to ask me to ask a question unless I don't know. I will either answer your question or I won't. I'm not gonna. You don't have to ask.
I don't know how much he could have practiced.
Should probably full screen or turn off the edit for the link. Oh yeah. It should have. Let me look at that quickly. No one can get into this. No one can get into it. It's restricted access. Yeah. I think if you try and get onto the link, you wouldn't be able to. Unless you've got access to my emails.
How much can you have really put into play? Kind of lead stakes,
Haven.
placement of like walls and stuff, it just seems a
Haven.
little bit off at times. Okay.
Did it ever come up that Boaster could sometimes overthink IGLing? But I first tended to notice something like Boaster overthinking. Yeah, this is something that I work with Boaster a lot on. Particularly early in his career, we would use. I would refer to people like Angel and like FNS Sadak, maybe? Like, maybe later on. Like, this was very early, and then like a bit later. In terms of like simplifying solutions, Bosa's good at like there are solutions he comes up with that like probably make sense but are hard to execute, or things that maybe I don't even take notice of, where like he understands stuff about the game that I don't realize. But there are times macro wise where simplifying is just the best approach, right? So if we take a map like this is like I think I'd be very good working with like a young IGO, like a new IGO, because I think there's a lot of stuff that I would like be able to like. I went through with Boaster trying to teach him like how to do certain things. So like if we take the map like Split, like some simple protocols on Split for your mid rounding could be like, you ask yourself, what do we have on the map? Like, do we have what parts of the map do we have access to, right? And so you'll see some IGOs literally call like, if we have this, we just can go A. You know what I mean? If we have this part of the map, we should finish A. So they'll go this way. If they don't have this, but they do have this, then they might be like, okay, well, we should go here. So like that's a very simple way of just finishing rounds, you know what I mean? And that's the kind of stuff that like people that the best IGOs in the game are able to just simplify when they need to. And then recognize when they need to do stuff that's like better than a simplification. Like, is it better to actually throw a little bit of a fake here and here, whilst we then send it here because we have control of this? You know what I mean? So that's stuff I talked to Boaster a lot about. Even 2024, I think there was a map of Breeze that we played where Leo kind of overcalled Boaster a few times. I'm trying to remember what game it would have been. I was there in person, so I could probably figure it out. Where the fuck is Breeze? When was I there in person? Oh, we played a lot. It wouldn't have been this game because Leo was sick. Was I here for this game? I gotta say it's probably against Foot. I think it would have been against Foot. I can't remember. I just remember distinctly there was a game against like, I can't get. Can I? I don't want to log in, but there was a game against. There was a game on Breeze where like, we just had parts of the map, like key parts of the map, and Leo both were trying to call something a bit more complicated, like faking or like having to re-clear space, and Leo was like, "Bro, we have this part of the map. Like, why the fuck do we need to do that? Let's just go. Like, let's stop complicating it, and just go." And so like Leo was doing a good job there. I think part of it was because like you want to simplify sometimes if you're playing against AWPs as well. Like if you suspect there's an AWP on the other team, if you start overcomplicating mid range with like loads of micro and like walking around space, the chance of you getting AWPed is like increased a lot, I think. And so like we did struggle to AWPs early in Fnatic, I think, when Boaster might have complicated stuff a bit more. It was KC Fnatic. Was it KC Fnatic? I was there for that game. Was I? I distinctly remember being there when Leo was doing that. To be fair, no, I do think I remember this one. I think after the game, I think my comments were almost like, boys, Leo is carrying us in the server, and now like even with his calls too, like I think we all need to kind of appreciate what Leo's doing for us right now on some level. Like he went plus 27 and pretty much took over calling on Breeze a little bit at times. Yeah. I remember in the nicest way possible, I was just like I think it was almost probably the meanest I've ever been, where it's just like Leo's doing everything, boys. Like, what are we doing?
Agent is brand new. I don't know how much he could have practiced, and it kind of leans into what Pipson was saying. It's like, how much can you have really put into play on this map so far?
I was on cam with Elma saying Leo knows. I think I meant that. Yeah, I'm wondering how I meant that, because I think that it was almost like, I think I meant it like Leo knows Boaster's overcomplicating, might have been what I was saying. Yeah. Don't get me wrong though, it's not like I want to create some narrative where I'm like Leo became IGL and was like, you know, it was for, there was one map where like he took over a bit more. Like what Boaster can do, like I don't think there's almost any IGL in the world can do some of the stuff he does. but finding the balance between what he's doing
Trying to swing at the same time. The
is like necessary. Like I think it is overdone sometimes. So I missed Apex's round yapping. 5A. Team Liquid did this this pistol twice. Bro, if I come into kickoff and I see people doing the same pistol rounds and I'm able to call it without even prepping, I'm gonna be calling people out. Foot did the same pistol like 8 times in a row last year, and then also I could call like their first 5 rounds that they did on Ascent like in the off season because they did the same at like champs and shit. If I see this pistol again from Team Liquid, there's gonna be trouble.
Just have we see us put into, but on Apex here, nothing. But they Kiko show investment.
Players close.
I mean, Avova's made a nice little play.
Avova gets to walk right up behind. Making side smoke neat. They went
A look still, and I think experts of the classic. I think Batu might have been running the classic, which you know a little bit more niche. I don't know how many people in EMEA are already running
Oh yeah, this little combo got hype.
that one. Oh, okay. The stun combination made it incredibly awkward, but I definitely feel like he stepped into
C
that a little bit
default.
more. I think there was a safe corner.
Okay.
right in that corner. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe.
Just an orb grab default.
I'm gonna
Say that for
Team Liquid pose a pretty big threat.
B. This is the game where they went B every round, right? Both teams didn't know how to either hold or retake B,
Bonus round.
and so I think we see like B happening like 10 times this game because of shit like this.
already. That is going to be Batu.
Again, this is something that like I think if I showed this clip to Durka right now, he probably laugh so hard because like I think I spent about a year with Durka trying to make him stop doing this specific play, where like he's by himself doing like he's making like Camo's making a good play, but he's doing it too early. Like he should be the last to die almost. Like these players again, it's weak side. Like he's on the weak side, so he needs to wait. If he really thinks he has a timing, then he should go for it. But he doesn't have a timing.
Already. That is going to be Batu. Being able to find Kama. The thing is that time is still ticking.
What was someone saying?
The guided salvo
Why are we watching this now? I'm just watching. I go through every team
in the round, and that was
for just prepping stage 1 stuff.
completely blind. There's some weaknesses in the weaponry, but that doesn't seem to matter.
I want to get more like when I listen to other people talk about teams,
And now you look
I sometimes wonder how they've come up with like what they're saying. If that I don't know how to explain it. It's like they almost give a team like an identity. They're like, oh, they always do this, and I'm like, I want to see if I can find some of those things out about some of these teams. Right now, to me, I don't have that for Apex. Like to me, they look like a fairly just standard fundamental team who have 2 players who can pop off.
It did look like the plant pot was slightly covered. It just looks weird graphically.
That's what I said. You didn't believe me.
No, of course not.
Well, I mean at this point 3-0.
The weak side doesn't have to wait for all scenarios, but most scenarios.
A pistol round so far. That second half.
It's very rare that the weak side has to go first, and I'd have to really think hard about when. But there have been situations where I've been like, okay, I can kind of see why here that the weak side's gone first. It's usually when the strong side, I think, has been pressured or is a bit split up on the strong side to the point where there is almost no strong side anymore.
Basically come down to hitting some sheriff shots.
Or there's like an ult happening that means the weak side needs to go. So, there's like awkward situations where.
Space denial, but space that was only taken to eventually be playing Xura, you'd expect.
Again, the stun was good, but the capitalization not there.
Is there any narrative around what just happened there? I'm gonna presume not, but let's just see. Didn't they just lose? They lost their bonus round, right? Is there anything there? They lost their anti-bonus round, I mean? No. Not really, no. Nope.
They push through. Fluorescent good to land one shot, but Camo keep that angle secure for at least a moment longer. 12 seconds. Just need to run the clock down here. With the weaker weapons, damage is most certainly being done. It's Kiko who levels the playing field with the shorty, but the numbers advantage still there for the side of Apex, and the plant coming down with a second left on the clock leaves Nats to for shit all. He won't even land the first as Apex.
How did they thrifty?
This is what, or even also an Abyss,
That was because Team Liquid have a fucking awful setup as well.
where they were forcing Apex to make these blind hits into sights. No,
To hold A, you need very specific things.
just guesses.
They have an interesting idea with the kind of 2 here, but the third person needs to be there for it to work.
They push through. Fluorescent good to land one shot.
And Patty Tech wasn't there. Like,
That angle secure for at least a moment longer. 12 seconds. Just need to run the clock down here.
Kamek played this porter, I'm not gonna lie. Did he use any util? He did use util. Oh, he's been seen. Okay, he's been seen. I thought that they didn't know he was there and he's just like making like a bad play. I think he needed to push down sewers though, if I'm gonna be really critical. I think he pushed sewers there. Or you just stand your ground and like make them run through smokes.
That's about as good as it gets. This time in this round, well, that's about as good as it gets. This time.
Are they a team that's gonna go back and reclear garage, or are they just gonna? I mean, they recleared C because of the. So they heard this drone coming through, and then actually recleared C with this over drone. Which is like intuitively fine, but would I waste a drone to do it? I don't know. It's almost things like this. If I think if Boaster heard a drone here, and then this is where he'd start to like not overcomplicate. Overcomplicate might be one way to put it, but like I don't think he would send someone to instant drone back here. He would be like, okay, we have information they don't have. Like we know they don't know that we know they've done something here and potentially have someone here. And so he'd probably try and use that information. Whereas like a more direct IGL is just going to reclear that instantly. Whereas I think Boaster would think more about like, what can we do to gain an advantage from the fact that they don't know that we know that there's likely someone push C, or at least they've cleared C. Because like you can see, they re-clear this, but they don't have a plan. They're just re-clearing it. There's no plan. There's just like, oh, we re-clear it. Okay, cool. Now we can kind of continue with our kind of garage stuff, which is fine. But I do think that's where like, it's like moments like that where I think that maybe Boaster would be a, like he might, like a simple thing could be that these two start coming up here to clear this whilst this drone is happening. And then these two can walk because it feels like a C split. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's the kind of thing. I don't know. Like I don't want to start pretending I'm an IGL because I'm not an IGL, but yeah, it can go wrong. Yeah, it can go wrong because imagine if you're trying to micro at that situation, explain like one thing is like the players need to quickly understand what you're trying to do without sometimes even fully knowing what you're trying to do, which is difficult. And then secondly, to like get people to get into spaces without dying is like another thing. And then you also got to remember that the defense isn't going to just stand still. They're not just going to stand still the whole round. So like he probably has like a snapshot in his head of like, okay, given that they've done this, he like snapshot in his head where he thinks they are. And then that's going to keep in his head for about 15 seconds. But during that 15 seconds where he's trying to like figure out what to call and like how we start moving, that snapshot could be either wrong or could move. So like an AWP might just peek us randomly. would be the biggest threat, I guess. But
Angle not cleared, not expecting a second player to be there, and now what was initially looking like the heat becomes the hit. They're going straight back towards Nats, who's just holding on the angle. That second might not be a kill. Almost. We
Game Hill. Your
That's the thing. I think
assumption is
fluorescent checks, but the smoke is being set up by a Vova. So that's the problem.
fight,
Yeah.
and then you're
Angle looking like kill.
oh,
Sells an idea, but keep
they're not quite sure of the setup that they're facing.
to be fair, it's a difficult setup to read.
going the other way.
Do you check this ever?
Sells an idea, but Kiko is still
30
standing.
seconds left.
Angle not cleared, not expecting a second, going straight back towards Nats.
And then that's with the,
Break.
and then the fucking tail up play.
So much utility put into the corner. There is no escape, and they're pushing off the back of it as well. It's definitely become a bit awkward, but it doesn't matter. He's hiring.
Using that the ult and you got nowhere buy round. They had another buy round, which says and it's on live in Bridge. But if it doesn't go,
So
what we don't
Man, I love Valorant.
plans because post plans have been a one round on the board. The Blade Storm could be the
pushing
difference
mid.
maker, but a big push down mid by Team Liquid sends them into a frenzy. It's Panatech have been plans because
Where's the turret though?
a lot of that has been taken for free.
I'm not being funny, but why is there not a turret here? That's really weird. Hype is refusing to turret here because of that stun play, maybe? But you need a turret there, bro.
and as well keeping your rolling thunder. Do you
Is he
want
putting a window?
post plants because post plants
Bro.
have been a struggle so far.
It's very weird. I don't really know. It's like, because I was about to flame the default, being like, how are they getting pushed mid? Like,
Apex, one round on the board. The Blade Storm
oh
could
my
be the
god, it is literally because the killjoy turret. I don't know.
But a big push down mid by Team Liquid sends them into a frenzy. It's Panatech picking up one with camo. He's stuck down the bottom of mid.
I mean, you're kind of right, Wells, but at the same time, I think
The playing field, but look at
you're
Nats
kind of,
creeping his way up to the
you're
door.
making assumptions about what I'm saying or what
To close this
Boaster can
round.
do or what higher players, yeah, I don't know.
Even with that 5-1 lead,
I'm not disagreeing with some of you, what people are saying, but I'm also not fully going to agree because at the end of the day,
Just off the utility that had been used, they'd seen
I still think that he's a,
bit more going towards that garage spot. So they're like,
I think it's worth being able to do it.
we know they've many. Everything he's been doing has been fantastic. Kiko, well, you would have wanted to try and kill him off as early as possible. He's been great, but
Oh, sorry,
he
I was thinking.
just about live to tell the tale. Wanted to try and kill him off as early as possible. He's been great, but he will just about live to tell the tale.
Oh, fluorescent spot by a little jump up by Camo above the smoke. I like the idea here. They played 4 in mid, showed a lot of presence, even started to make noise, so they think that's where the hit's coming in, hoping that aggression would jump up.
Just you would have wanted to try and kill him off as early as possible. He's been great, but he will just about live to tell the tale.
I don't really understand their defaults. They're not defaulting at garage. They're not.
Okay, just enough space that they still had ground to fight on. Ready on long and short for that pounce. They need round salvos on its way with this.
What's my opinion on young IGL like Monzy? Who's Monzy? You mean Mosey? Because Mosey's not young. But I don't know who Monzy is. Oh. I don't know anything about Shopify, really. I don't know. I have no idea. Also, I can't really, I don't know. I think being a young IGL is fine. I don't think there's anything.
Vova just about makes it out thanks to the shrouded step. The fluorescent and Batu are not as lucky. That's a death blow, especially in a
To me, I think that older IGLs have more just like reads on simplifying situations, and have more like can get away with like maybe not knowing everything about the meta because they could just like cool themselves out of situations. The irony is here is I'm thinking of people like Angel, but and we'll get around to Na'Vi, but my read on Na'Vi is that like they make their shit so complicated when they could just let Angel be a good cooler. Like it's almost like he's I don't know. I think Angel would be kind of annoyed and like really hate the take, but like I don't like the way that their comps and stuff. Like I really don't like their comps. I don't like some of their strats. But if Angel was put in a position where he just has to mid round, like he's gonna beat most IGLs because he's a good mid rounder. You can see it most on Ascent, where it's like Ascent's like a very just like defaulty standardish map, and he's able to like create. He's calling openers and mid rounds that just make a lot of sense. Angel is holding back Angel. I think he's too obsessed. Like the irony is he's more obsessed about the Valorant stuff, like all the agents and shit. When it's like, I don't know. I just think it's overcooking. I think it's overcooking. Isn't there like some irony that like I don't know? Again, we'll get to Na'Vi, but didn't they look? Their best map was the one they played the most standard shit on. Fracture and Abyss. Lotus, they lost heavy. Bind, they had like 100 different setups. They lost heavy. Haven looked okay. Fracture's looking okay. Pro was okay. Abyss okay. Yeah. They just have a couple of goofy maps, I think, sometimes. It's not as goofy as I remembered, but...
really on that defensive side. Okay, Nats can reveal where they are, but I think once they planted, there'll probably be a fairly educated guess as to where they are anyway. Well, yeah, once they all leaves the seat, look at chance dropped at the start.
They're not re-clearing at garage. They're just going A and then.
Why not? You can drop the rest of the
They don't garage. They don't have to garage default. I mean, I don't mind this approach of being like, we're not defaulting well. Let's just fucking rush C. That's not the worst idea.
Seems easier said than done now. Liquid and happening live. They're set up outside that A site being used.
Like you can see even here, they're probably gonna rush B after this. I'd imagine. Although they have ults, why are we doing this? Oh, they are thinking about the ults at least. Like, you don't ult this fast if you're not thinking about ults. Okay.
Leading by 6, Apex about to be tested. Fantastic to be at the end.
As said, it's been a... Tough one for them, getting Batu in so late. Obviously, he flew in this morning, if you didn't know how close his arrival was, but even still, they would have hoped.
I need to drink some of this protein shake. One sec, I'm getting hungry.
Even still, they would have hoped that last place, joint last, wouldn't be theirs. Direct take already for Liquid. Backside cleared already. There's angles that can catch you off guard, especially in pistol side cleared. Joint lock. Even flew in this morning.
Why are they playing 3 garage? They don't flood for the C.
Wouldn't be theirs. Direct take already for Liquid. Backside cleared already. There's angles that can catch you off guard, especially in pistol rounds. Both of them cleared so easily by the guided salvo. And while post plant, just think about it. He could have that back.
Would like to have seen Hype just pressure flank.
It won't be long. Patatech opening this one up. Halsey's down, Flash is there, but no re-aggression. They're biding their time for Kiko to fire through that Paranoia. They know they'll be grouped up right about now. Paranoia in response to one of their own, and it's a big play for Team Liquid. Double the numbers of Apex, and this pistol round...
I don't really understand the pistol's intention apart from, like, if they come garage, we beat them. Really? If we're playing 3 here, you kind of want C, but I guess they were too slow. Like this early info. With this early info, we can do something, surely. Can we do something?
Joint lock. Even still, they would have hoped.
I don't know.
That last place, joint last. Looking, they did risk it, go for some sheriffs, try and win it back immediately with how far behind they are, but it is a pick your poison moment. That piss
of look faces because Team Liquid's aggression was wonderful to witness.
I mean, maybe that's something you got to talk about here. Did they play? They played Killjoy in Teoma. They played it. They played it on 2 maps. Yeah, that's something you have to talk about. And that's not really good, is it?
Expect to see player from Apex should be forgiven though if the risks not being taken. Now it's only classics.
from his own kills across 2 maps on 1. Nonetheless, Hype is already going to
Like, look at this janky ass turret that can just be killed so easily.
spot the contact.
Oh, nice little strat from Team Liquid. See this? So the drone comes through and the breach is just ready to stun off the drone.
Hype is already
So
going to spot the
stuns,
contact.
it's gonna be stunning.
Coming in.
But one thing that they don't know is that Multi's not actually stunned this line, and it has held it, so it has stun ready for a garage. Like, Team Liquid is a bonus round, so like they're just going for a strat. But on later rounds, they should be seeing if the stun is coming A or not, because if it's not coming into A, then they've got the stun for garage. So like, you can see like this stun is quite big from Patatech.
That contact is coming his way.
Slight delay. But like Hype got stunned from fucking Mozi.
Got support at least, but look again, it forces you out in the open.
Look how much Yutzel is just being dumped. Decent hold in the end though.
I thought a few more of those bullets had landed onto him.
Oldest look, but now push up. I don't think it's likely to connect.
Oh, we saw a little arrow?
Take those fights.
Where was the arrow used? Oh, there we go.
I don't think it's likely to connect on too much.
Well, this is the thing. Last round we saw the same thing, a big push up behind, and I think that was read by
Did that? Thoughts on the arrow usage? The only thing about it right here is that it's almost implied that like, if you weren't really paying attention, it's like, it almost feels like it's for this round when Mitch is talking about last round.
A big push up behind, and I think that was read by Team Liquid. They saw that when they put presence in on C, A was pushed, and Fluorescent went all the way through. Now, they fake out C. They make presence here on long, and then try to take down Fluorescent, but that will not be as easy. Fluorescent read by Team Liquid. They saw that when they put presence in on C, A was pushed, and Fluorescent went all the way through. Now, they fake out C. They make presence here on
I think this is a good
a
note from Mitch, to be fair. I think that's some decent analysis of what was going on.
It's an exclusive club. I like to see it being represented down there in the stage. Looking for 12.
1-3-1. We're just ready to flood either side.
Slice on C again. This time there's no fake. It's a direct approach.
Trying to clear out that backside.
This is the kind of setup I try to call it like ranked. If a ranked team's just going like 5 here or 5 here, like this setup's pretty good because you can just quickly get to either side and just hold.
Looking for 12.
If you know a team isn't faking and just running strats.
Setting their sights on C again. This time there's no fake. It's a
Even better in Neon meta when Neon could just run quickly to the other side. That's one thing too, Neon. I think Neon might be underrated right now. I know Yoru is like the king right now, but
Over has moved back into the angle that was closed, and while Camo gets his blade.
I'm also kind of interested on stats on Yoru versus Raze. Just Neon, I guess. I don't care about chat.
But unfortunately, already dead. Hype. This is his time to shine. 4 kills. Fluorescent with 1. That'll be his ultimate online for the next round. And Fluorescent didn't even need to pop the Blaze Storm, I don't believe.
They could have done something like this in Pistol. No, did they get too afraid of some garage late lurk after making no contact?
Okay, you want to invest into an operator, you can. It's not as much of a
what Team Liquid did.
I mean, they were wary. Like, Hype was wary of a garage relurk. Yeah,
Of this Armageddon.
if we're talking about defense.
Rolling Thunder as well.
Oh, literally 4A fight. I like this. Like, this is on the basis of thinking about all the ults, right? Well, these two. So they are considering ults here.
Thunder breach stuns as well for just pushing into side. It seems like it'll be easier to use Apex.
They probably expect a more like direct A approach with all these ults.
It slows him down. Fluorescent's waiting patiently for that opportunity, and there it is. Converted onto Patatek, and the numbers
About going into this. Etting the is back. It's starting 4.
the pro sides. There's its way there. The map
Down.
This isn't the B game.
Turn this back and just look to put it down in the first place. He's going to try and get ahead of any of that utility. It's something that
Are Apex just really bad at going through smokes?
surely has to be expected. Dark
They are, right? That's like a really weird thing to bring up. But now I've seen twice now that they don't
of any of that
go through smokes, right? Do they?
has to be expected. Dark
Like floor. Wait, is this not? This is fucking team. Wait, why is it confusing me? This is defense. So Floor's doing the right thing by jumping in, but then Hype needs to bait slightly. But instead they've just gone for it at the same time.
They don't realize how close he is. It's a good trade, but then Kiko's here as well. Liquid have done fantastically.
Yeah, they aren't the best at going for smokes, but it's so micro that I don't think it's something worth talking about.
Make that 0, and now just
but need clean. No way for them. They were claiming the space they holding. Lost Patatek early. They did. There is and it's so that rolling thunder to close out the round. Heck, so many dangers that await them, and it's not to aim for.
It's looking like that has been of the ability.
They look very serious.
Very much able to
Did you hear about minus BK plus Kamek? I saw a thread on Reddit about it, but I don't believe it to be true. I'd be very surprised if that was true.
Potential hit, and that landed. Kamek's down to 32 HP.
That was absolutely lovely. Nice idea. Kamek still though drawing air for now.
Kamek's down to potential hit, and that landed.
Nice idea. Kamek still though.
I quite like that. Just using the drone for like the A conditioning, and then whilst we go for B. Like the drone ain't gonna do anything for us. Like it could do stuff for us, but it's not the best tool
Nice idea.
for going B with.
Still though drawing air for now. Denial of the plans, perhaps some damage done as a result. Patatek will go down.
Patty needed to stop defusing though.
Okay.
Stop planning.
Kamek down low. This is the first hurdle. The lock draw.
That landed.
Kamek can't use his salvos here.
That was absolutely lovely. Nice idea. Kamek as well. Okay. Lockdown a player on backside, but Kiko has ultimate. Is he going to try to cancel the ulti? No, instead he's just fighting.
Oh, he got two?
Catching them off guard. They didn't expect to see that much resistance, and it's ball time here. 5 seconds left until guided salvo comes back online. That's going to deny a defuse. It's coming in. It should be. Defuse is already underway. There it is eventually.
I think I was watching this in the green room just being like, for fuck's sake, man, just... Okay, they did lose. The defense didn't look horrible, but yeah. It was just very standard. Okay, we're done with Apex. I don't think I'll add any fucking... Should I start on someone else and then I'll probably call it? But I should keep these notes just so that I can kind of understand why I'm doing this for a different team. Right, who's the next team I would look through? No, it's not time for Fnac analysis. Excuse me. Kaiman Core? What do people think KC would finish? Like, I got them like, I think Navi and KC, with the way they've approached this season, they have to be expecting to get up to this part of the table. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you can do what KC and Navi have done, like, and not expect better than this. If you think they're satisfied with 56, I'd be surprised. Like they all in on Eng, and then they got Sadhak. Like that to me says, and I mean they got one of the best centis, Saigetsu. I mean Aves was like a roll of the dice to some degree. And they built around, and they kept their best player from last year. Well, apart from the right. They have 3 coaches and a performance coach. Like, they can't be satisfied with 56. They were good at bind, but they weren't really great anywhere else. They had one map they're really good at. And I remember, and it's out of the pool now, so okay. I think the team, that's their team goal, right? Like, I don't think they expect necessarily to go deep internationally, like as like the org, but like, bro, they can't be missing out on this stuff, I don't think. And I know there's a lot of teams in the league that are good enough for this, but you know. How to hit the goals. Are we saying like above mid-table, like the fifth kind of area? I would say. What's our expectations now for stage 1 after seeing them in kickoff? Are we like my expectations lowered, but like they lost to Giants and Vitality. You think the bottom 3? I'd say below mid-table. Mid-table. But they should be pushing. No, they should be pushing now, right? I don't know. I mean, I hold them to the standards of above mid-table. Like, this is... Like, you can't have... I don't think this team is allowed to finish below mid... Who's in the fucking league, though? They should be better than... They should be better than all these teams. I'm not gonna lie. I think they should be better than all these teams. Like if I'm the coach of all these teams, I would say that I have the best chance with probably this team. I think I have the best chance with this team. I'd say even more of a chance than Liquid. I'd say like 5th, 4th, 5th. Hey, Ceylon. The thing for me is how much loud was Fraud versus Sadak. The thing for me, like, don't get me wrong when there, I'm about to start putting some shade towards their approach. Don't get me wrong. But if we have their team on paper, I think that we should be looking at getting up to here. Like up to here, really. And I think that some things are holding them back. I didn't like Eng's approach last year, but I understood it from a point of view of like they had a very inexperienced team. But with this team, I don't think that they need to play that style. I really don't think this team needs to play this wacky style if they have Sadak. So, how to hit the goals. Stop overcooking. Is there anything else about KC? Are there players? Because Aves was popping the fuck off, wasn't he? Wait, let's just look on the games. Aves plus 19. Aves -3. Aves -5. Okay, he popped off in one series. Elite has been struggling. Who's been struggling? I mean, Aves has been their best player. Elite's not looking comfortable right now. Is it counting this game though? Does it count that game too? 60 days ago? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, it's 9. Okay. So Elite's not, yeah, okay. What maps what comps did they play? So they played the weird buying comp that like ended up being like kind of good. It was just sending it. Harbor Haven, like, not gonna lie, this is kind of trash. Fracture, not terrible. Actually using Astro, which is interesting. But Yoru Cypher is a little bit weird. And Lotus, I don't like it. Harbor. It is. Stop playing Harbor. Like, I would have to pull some graphics about Harbor. Like, we gotta talk about that on some level. Surely. I can't accept them just inting. Oh, sorry. It's Casey now. Because their Lotus, for example, I remember enough about this team. Their Lotus, for example, if you look at the comp, like, you gotta ask yourself, like, how do we win rubble fights? The answer is you don't unless you send 4 people there. And so that's what they would do sometimes. They'd have to send 4 people there. And then, like, on attack side, they had like 5 different ways to take rubble on attack because their comp is so, like, a bit wonky. And so it's almost like they're spending so much time having to think of new stuff that it's like they're not able to, like, yeah, like the openers they spent so much time on. Like, it's almost like when you got a wonky comp, and you have to fill the gaps in what the comp can't do. Sometimes it is just better to just make it easy and not have those gaps. Just like play a comp that doesn't have as many gaps to fill. Then like Abyss, like they played like 1 macro defense for like 20 rounds. Like my team was sat middle for like 20 rounds. Like let me see. Like if we could pull the VOD up, I could show you. Like it was.
Also,
That's my voice. I want to hear my voice. See where Martin is here? Let's see. Oh wait, sorry. Wait, where the fuck did we? Look where Martin is there. Look where Martin is. Look where Martin is. Like, it's madness. Look where Martin is. And I can show you the other VOD too. It's the same. Look where Martin is. It's not like he's got TPs that are fast enough to actually help either side. He's not. Like, I just really didn't understand. They played Yoru middle 24 rounds in a row. I don't really understand. Oh yeah, I really didn't. Like I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. Were they late to the party with anything? Did they have any reason to be playing worse or better? Like they set up their team quite early on. There's no like outside narratives to put in here, right? I don't think. Like I don't think there's much to say about anyone else, right? They're not. No one's popping, but no one's shit, right? From what I can see stats wise. Like I think elite you'd expect to be doing more. Thoughts on Kamek joining M8 mates? Is he joining mates? I mean, do I flame him? I don't know. Maybe I should look at their Lotus and just see, because the narrative I have in my head about their Abyss is that they didn't change their Abyss despite their defense sucking. And so, like, how can you justify that? And then the second thing is like, is that something that we can draw conclusions about across their map pool? And so maybe I should look at their Lotus defense and just see, like, are they doing the same shit? Where they're like, they just run the same stuff. I mean, I guess they won their defense against Na'Vi, but like, I don't know. Can you link the reports? Whatever reports you see. Stop shining on my fucking face now. Oh, Sheep Esports. Wait, you said. Wait, where does it say Kamek is going to? Bro, there's nothing about Robbie BK in this fucking thread. Oh, okay. Never mind. Can someone explain to me Okay, we can reverse engineer this one. JT has been in our chat saying no one can know the reasons for behind the scenes for roster changes. And now we're learning that Robbie BK might be kicked. So there's definitely something going on. Something's going on. I would really love if anyone gives me shit answers when I'm in the EMEA, like on broadcast. I wonder how quickly I'd get fired if I started just actually being like, no, well, I want a real answer. Like if we were like talking to like someone and like they just were like, oh, you know, difference of opinion, you know, oh, it didn't, the vibes weren't right. It's like the vibes are pretty fucking good from our perspective. So can you like actually give us a real answer? Yeah, I don't think I think I might get cheeky. If anyone gives us some bullshit answers, I might get a bit cheeky. What the fuck is this? Get Tango. I don't want to. What is this? Like, what are these ads between my fucking? Like, it's almost invisible to me at this point. There's just horrible shit that comes up on my screen. What am I googling? Yeah, you don't want to know, I guess. I guess I put graphics if I'm doing desk stuff. It's like what can we say about their best map? Their best map has been the one where they do set XX. I mean, they're not having bad attack sides by any means. I need to literally check the VOD about this. Narrative, like, how is he? Because I don't really know. Like I think with players like Sadhak and coaches like Eng that have reached such highs and are considered so highly reputable in the scene, at a certain point, like this is now the year for me where I'm looking at both of them as like, okay, like, can you show us what you got now, kind of thing. Because it's been a while since Gambit has been Gambit. And it's been a while since Loud was the Loud we remember. I think Sadak did a phenomenal job with Loud in 2023, considering I didn't think their team was anywhere near as good as the one in the previous iterations of Loud, I guess. But it's been a while since both of them have hit highs, so I'm there is a bit of a, I don't know, maybe it's my own ego, because it's like obviously there are people in my kind of sphere of like, you know, comparison, I guess. But I'm interested to see what they could do now. I think this is my current read on both of them. I could see them leaning into like deadlock or something. Lean into deadlock. If pref direct, I could see that maybe being a thing. Was there anything from Apex about retex and post plants? Not really. Anything about anti-strats or prep? I guess I didn't really see anything because like it's so early. Hard to really know. Ads reflect the streamer. Do you see the deadlock change be enough for teams want to lean into it more? I have leaks that EMEA is running deadlock on Ascent. From what I've been told. The irony is whenever I leak anything, it's actually not from Fnatic. Like Fnatic, like I don't even speak to. I don't think. When's the last time I spoke to Boaster? We played League not so long ago. I don't speak to Boaster about Valorant much. Ironically, I get more information from Colin than I do from Boaster. So yeah, I think from what I've heard, Deadlock's kind of meta on EMEA scrims, and it, yeah. I thought I prefaced it by saying that it wasn't Fnatic telling me, because I think people just presume that Fnatic leak everything to me, but they don't. Genuinely don't. Pistols. Were they good at pistols? Bad at pistols? I got a feeling they're bad at pistols. Sec. Let's get these fuckers off the door. 2 for 2, 3 for 4. 3 for 4. Bro, I need to write whilst I do this. 3 out of 4 goes to 5 out of 6. That's 5 out of 8. 5 out of 8. 6 out of 9. 6 out of 11. 7 out of 12. 9 out of 12. 10 out of 13. Wait, how have I got from... Bro, they had a tear on those ones. Is this Vitality again? Why have I got Vitality twice? This is wrong, isn't it? Hey, Beast. Bro, am I just wrong? Because surely it's not 13. Why have I got 13? I can't have an odd number. Can I? I can have an odd number. What am I talking about? Of course you can. Bro, there are pistol gods. How are you winning this many pistols and losing? Or is this the... Oh, have I already gone for it? Like, let me check again. I'm so bad at counting, man. Why am I so bad at counting? Fucking... I'm supposed to be a smart person. Giant Vitality. Bro, there's 3 games. There's no 4 games. Why am I such a fucking idiot, man? 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 out of 6 versus Giants. Fucking moron I am, man. 0 for 2, 3 for 4, 3 for 6? No, wait. 1 for 4, 1 for 6 against Vitality, right? They lost. They only won 1. Yeah, they only won 1. Fucking moron. 1 for 2, 3 for 4, 4 for 6. So 6, 10, 10 out of 18. So it's kind of standard shit, really, isn't it? But they did so badly against Vitality. That's brutal. 19. 6, no, 18. What am I doing? 6, 12, 18. Yeah, 10 for 18. Bro, I'm so fucking stupid. It's gonna be good micro combos. Strategic approach, Aang versus Sadhack. Direct bind was best so far. Aves was partly because Saish would have known Aves, right? Okay. What games do we watch from? I have a pretty good idea about that bind. Their Abyss isn't terrible. But they did the same shit over and over again. Let's have a look at Lotus. Let's have a look at Lotus. We'll watch both Lotuses and I'm gonna fuck off. I'm not listening to myself. This was my I think this was my first cast, right? That would be rough to listen to. So I'm unfortunately is there like is there background music I can play or something if people like I don't want to like listen to silence, but Is there somewhere I could listen to like background music or something? I don't want to like get into trouble. Ooh, 24th. And what's that? An FX? What? How does this work? Do I? Oh, I don't. Okay, this is a specific band or something. What's lo-fi? I can just what? I can listen to lo-fi beats and chill fucking YouTube channel and not get fucked. Team Liquid coach Yoinking in this analysis? Who's the Team Liquid coach in Yoinking the analysis? Has anyone got a website? Surely there's like a website or something I can use. Uncopyrighted music. Oh, I gotta fucking sign up to shit. Royalty free music. Oh, guys, we got Mediterranean Night, Gold. This is for me as well. Deep Reason, bro. Can't I just playlist? There's only one video in the playlist, and they're like a minute long, bro. Top 10 music hits 2023. Bro, I don't want the hits, but it is the longest playlist. Okay, if no one helps me, then we're just listening to silence. I'm listening to silence. No, we're not listening to anything. We're not listening to anything. Casey with their. This is a strat that this is a loud pistol round from 2023. NCS on YouTube should have some. NCS. Okay. I need a playlist. Best of 2025. I hate music so much, man. How do I turn this shit down, man? Because this is terrible. But we need something in the background. This really isn't my style of music. Stream beats lo-fi. Is it copyright free though? I don't want to start like. Who made the Vice Chamber Pro playbook mostly? Why Beast? I mean, G2 made most of it. I was just trying to I was trying to just there are parts of it I didn't like that I tried to make better, and parts of it that I would make much better, but didn't want to overcomplicate for Premiere. Like, I think there is a better way to be long default than the way they're doing it, but you know. If you did it with Sticky. I mean, to be fair, I do a lot of them. But like with some of them, I think the pro one was like you might be about to say it was bad, but I think the pro one was better than some of the other ones, to be honest with you. But I do think that there are some problems with the if you're looking at very high level tier 1, I think the B-long default needs to have another option that doesn't use the full smoke on B-long. Yeah. But I think for Premier level, I think it's fine. I think if you don't full smoke B-long, Premier noobs are gonna struggle a bit more. It's basically what I was thinking. And I think if G2, it's like one of those things, Beast, where it's like with the playbooks, it's like how much better than VCT teams do I want the stuff to be versus like if G2 are looking like the best pro team doing stuff that could be better, like how much do I want to make it better? Okay, right. So KC did the loud kind of pistol. Usually this is a default loud did back when the orb was here, because they collect this orb and then open the door and then collect this orb, and it's very hard to punish it because, you know, look how quick it is, you know? I mean, Elite doing like some listening out for like util, and they've kind of taken both orbs. Put a big threat on C site. Bruh, I can't listen to this on stream. How do I play through a... Okay. Fuck me, man. So I was about to say, this sounds like good music. It was good music. It was cued from fucking yesterday or something. So, a minute, they're re-clearing A. So this is one of their re-clears. They smoke in a cascade. I think they got a feeling that they don't need to actually use all this util. They're just sending it through, you know? From October 22nd. I mean, to be fair, Beast, most of it is it's G2 Foundation, if you know what I mean. And then there's some instances where like there's stuff I don't like that I've kept, and some stuff where I've kind of tweaked it slightly. BBL's defense looked a bit better. I mean, I was supposed to look at BBL's defense, but I just couldn't be bothered, to be honest. I got to the point where I was like on page like 20 and I was like, I can't, like this is too much for Premiere already. What I did do is I tried to add more kind of bait and switch kind of things for the Euro Chamber than what G2 run. To be honest with you. I should go back and have a look though, in case I did miss anything, but... Straight C. Get the info. I mean, they just gotta get... Yeah, this is very sad hack. Sad hack on Lotus is very comfortable in these situations, I feel. I know it's just eco, and I think I probably said this during the cast, was like, they got this out quick, and then they're like, Sad hack's good at pivoting between these two places. Like everything is like quite nice in terms of mid-roundy stuff. Maybe this map isn't the best one to watch because Sadhack just has fundamental theory back from Loud. Fast A. I don't care about fast A's. The 1 minute 20, they have everything and they're re-clearing A always by one. Like their attack side in Lotus is just, it's pretty clean, to be honest. Into B split. I can see, yeah. Sorry, I'm mostly, sorry for skipping ahead and everything. Like, it's not really a proper VOD review. It's mostly me just seeing how Sadhack's thinking. Another just fast A, it's fine. I think I'm impressed with how they are more efficient than other teams with stuff. In terms of, like, the speed in which they do things on the map is quicker than other Lotus attack teams, I'd say. I think Lotus should have been one of their better maps. But then they lost to Giants, so... One minute 20. Again, re-clearing A by 1 minute. Left a big gap at middle. But yeah, the attack side calling is right now good. To me. Like in terms of like fundamental Lotus, it's looking quick. Everything's quick. Even like how quick this is. Like the read, yeah. Cancels. Re-clearing A by... Wait, I should write comps down, right? Why am I not writing comps down? It was this, right? Team name? What? The Yori Omen TP into the smoke. I have a point in this out. I can see that in a moment. Bro, it's cold in my room. The page with maps. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. That wall was kind of nice by Koala, to be honest. It's it's crazy that like that is necessary, but what do you think the right way of using Vice's War and Lotus is? That's a good question. You probably have a better answer than me. I've not seen. I'm not convinced by using it. Using the wall past the barriers on this side of the map feels like impossible. Using it deep on A seems possible. But do you need to do that is basically the question. I guess there could be like a vice wall you could do up here somewhere. Could you do a vice wall here? There could be a trap wall somewhere. So I'm not really, on this map specifically, I've never really had too much of an issue with the kind of C defense ones, to be honest with you. Yeah, I know that Vice is like I think the way I see it, Beast, is like Vice is very good at holding the kind of the like neutral space, but like on this map, I don't trust Vice to be able to do that. Maybe I'd have to look at stats more, but like one thing I've been thinking about a lot is that like teams aren't using Vice particularly creatively or well and just play it like an anchor, and yet it's still winning a lot. So it's like, to me, I'm like not offended by people playing it like this, and especially on this map where I don't have a better idea in my head, to be honest with you. I don't think if you're using it aggressive mind, it's going to do much. I don't think if you put aggressive B, it's really going to do much. You're more likely to get something off on the B one than the main one, I think. But yeah, I've not really sat down and actually thought about it too much. Again, if I was thinking on that kind of level about stuff, I think that I should just be a coach and not have to. I mean, like, I don't particularly enjoy sitting down having to problem solve that stuff. So like, that's why, you know. You like sends deep B wall with instant prowler? Is it here? I think doing it here is obviously a bit too obvious, so I'd imagine it's like here, right? I don't necessarily hate it. Depends what the comp is around it too. You could do some cool stuff around that, I guess, with the traps and stuff. I think on other maps, like I think on Bind and Ascent, like Ascent is gonna be funny because I think people will play it really badly, and it's so obviously. To me, Ascent is the map where it's like the most obvious that you can play it in the way that I think that like the kind of Anders Discordy kind of people like will want to play it. Okay, right. Let's just go to defense anyway. I think I understand Sadak's attack. I get it. I get it. You're not bad. You're not bad. Oh, that's a good question actually. Okay. Okay. Kind of like. Like, Eng was like the defense guy on the Gambit, and Redgar, oh, Edgar. Fucking, who the fuck is Edgar? Redgar was like the attack side person. And to be honest with you, their defense looked a bit better than their attack side, so. I wonder if it still applies. I preferred their attack than what I'm about to say about their defense, I think, so. Ascent is being solved? Bro, you can't solve it if there's new... Like, it's like saying we've solved chess, but then they add 3 new pieces to chess. You can't solve something if they've literally just, like, added new pieces. Even if they didn't add new pieces, Ascent wasn't solved. Like, if you think Jet is the solve on that map, then I'd be surprised if Omen is the solve on that map. Vice Chamber on Ascent. I've always just hated Chamber on Ascent is the only problem I have with that. Like, if the combo is good enough for it, then sure. But, like, I've always just hated it. Hated Chamber on Ascent. I do think Vice is going to be very strong, though. Yeah, Ascent's had a stale meta for a long time, yeah. So they can't hold C with what they've just done, but they retook it. They are a team that does think about retakes. Does that make sense? They're a team that actually does think about retakes. Like, they're happy to decide to play retakes sometimes, I think. Which says, like, that's almost like the category, yeah. Okay, and then when Elite's not. I could be wrong, but I think it's true. Okay, it's be very strong in Ascent. Why specifically KO Teo? It's just because KO is generally strong on Ascent. No. So it might be a problem for Vice Chamber Ascent in a way. What does KO Teo do? KO Knife. Bro, you can suppress, I guess. The knife, it's something to do with the knife. Knife on attack. I think loud comp might be good on Ascent. I think loud comp might be good on Ascent. Loud's comp. Yeah, I think we're gonna see Vice a lot. EMEA is gonna show Deadlock a lot. Did you make your predictions stage 1? No, I didn't. No. KO Breach. Is that loud comp? KO Breach? I thought he meant like standard comp. No, KO Breach ain't it. You're basically opting to play two agents that individually are kind of mid. But like schedule? Are you asking for when I stream? Is that what you mean, letters? Because I'm a very inconsistent streamer. I am not good at streaming. So look, like you see here, like this is the kind of shit that KC need to do to take Rebel control. Like they got a fast TP to like help in case they rush C, but like they need to do like 4 people to hold for Rebel. They have a seize. A seize is their only thing. Do we think that Riot will ever get rid of the range restrictions or Killjoys get into the global range sentinel? No. No. KO is really good at certain playstyles and comps. I would presume KO Teo. KO Teo farms like double Sunday, doesn't it? What do you think about all the changes happening after kickoff? Trap heavy comp struggle. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Why am I being so stupid? Bro, why was I being so dumb? Yeah, the KO knife just ruins trap subs. So deadlock trap subs get a bit fucked. I do feel like there's other ways to deal with trap subs that don't involve throwing your knife at someone, but yeah. I see. Someone's asking about the changes happening after kickoff. Is it rushed decision? No. Like, orgs desperately don't. Do you guys understand how... I'm pretty sure that the way that the contracts worked in Europe means that, like, if you bench a player, you still have to pay them out a bench salary for the rest of their contracts in Europe. In Berlin, at least. So, like, no European team wants to make these changes if they can help it. Because it's not like in NA where they just pay you out, like, a couple of months and then kick you. Like, Berlin has actual workers' rights. So, like, yeah. So, like, the orgs will be losing a lot of money by having people... by kicking people. As far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that now these players getting benched will now be on bench salary for the rest of their contract. So that's a significant amount of money for a lot of these EMEA orgs who don't burn money. So you gotta really look at that and say that, like, well, there must really be some shit going on if they want to make these changes. That's the way I would read it anyway. And people aren't gonna willy-nilly kick people anymore if it means you gotta pay what, like, let's say league minimum $5,000, I think. Let's say these players are on like 7 to 8 grand, like, a month. Like, do you think an org is just gonna burn 3.5k a month for no reason? I think Beast, like, the problem with me responding about like KOTO Ascent is that my theory on Ascent is probably the weakest of all their maps. Like, it's one of those maps where like there's probably been moments where I actually understood it and then like have just like lost grasp of it. And so I can't confidently, like, I know my knee-jerk reaction is to talk about like not having a Sova and not having drones for like attack, but then I know realistically that like middle is overvalued generally, but it still feels like rough on some level. I don't know. But then Teo drone is Teo drone, so like you can still get a Teo drone through middle, probably. It's not obviously as effective as seeing stuff, but seeing deep, but is it Astra or Omen in that comp? Yeah, I know it clears all the middle from tiles. It's just like, yeah, it should be fine. It's just if it gets shot early. If it gets shot early, it is worse, obviously. Like, if someone anti-stratted it, like, really carefully, like, it might be a problem, I'm not sure. The irony here about Ascent is that we knew that we were going to win Ascent versus Loud at lock-in finals. Like, I was really confident. Sorry, let's look. So they switched their Vice to A, and they just put the wall in the center of fucking A. Oh, you see this? I remember, I have notes on this shit. So they did like a cute, like, look, we're going for rubble control. Oh wait, Euro's already here. Like, it's kind of cool how they used the Euro. I feel like I wrote a lot of negative stuff about KC and their defensive stuff, but like little things like that. I know it's so simple, but it's quite nice. And like, there's not many teams that do stuff like that. So I do have to give them some credit for like the creativity. I mean, it is 1 minute 30 and they've lost full rubble, but I guess Navi's default is a bit shite. But what's the comp, Beast? What's the comp? What are you saying? You waylay? Or Yoru? Vice, Omen, Teo, Keo. And then waylay or Yoru, I imagine. Oh, he's ready with like a reclear C. I mean, the micro has been... Are you thinking Wele's a better opener than Yoru? My opinion is my initial instinct was that it wasn't going to be as good. I think I have higher. I think I have a higher opinion of Yoru opening than I think that some people have. Or a lesser opinion of people able to actually react accordingly to Yoru op. Refract's better than Gate Crash. What's Refract? Is that the one where you like you do the chamber thing? The only thing is like it requires, doesn't it require you to literally just be like you're kind of early round or you're like mid round re-aggression, right? Like it's a different style of ooping, right? Like you can't just be Yoru, you can't just come to here at the start of the round unless you've used this, you know what I mean? Like you can't just come here and hold like for 20 seconds or something. Like it is a slightly different style, which I guess on this map, I'd say on Haven, that's a massive negative. I think on this map, maybe less of a negative, but still like, Is it? Yeah, no, I can see it. You don't want to linger too long on this map anyway with the op anywhere. I guess. You obviously can't play like positions like this. Like a Yori could actually play this spot, whereas a Wele can't. Like Wele can do aggressive stuff though. Like you can play here. You can like play like an angle like this and then put your thing down and then go aggressive after. Like you don't need to start the round. I can kind of see it. Would you rather have a chamber TP or your TP to move the op from A to B in an instant? From A to B? Wait, talk about chamber now? From A to B in an instant? How are you getting from A to B in an instant? What? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, from... You go mid, you can't go A to B. Would you rather have a chamber TP or your TP to move to op? I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong person. Beastain, what was this saying stuff? Sorry, I misunderstood. Would you rather a chamber TP or A to B in an instant? It's a good question. I like the way you framed that. Yeah. The Ascent's not really a rushy map right now though, so I don't think it matters that much. What are the chamber TPs actually saying on this map? That's a passive you want to be. I guess that's your aggressive one. And to be honest with you, I would probably put one back here for a passive one. Depending on the sub, the you go here or here for B, I think. What am I trying to find? I'm not trying to find anything. I'm just thinking about chamber stuff, like where you'd have to put your fucking TP. Anyway. Oh, TP into smoke as well with the Fade River. Look at all these micro players. This is the problem though, is these little gimmicky micro plays. Like, how many could you really come up with? Let me quickly, I just want to look quickly. Is there another map where like we can look at Sadax, like IGLing? Haven, this is the one. But how do you even begin when their comp is so bad?
With vitality.
No, I'm not listening to myself. They didn't look good at Haven in off-season. So they put all that pressure on Garage to go for a B plant, but they've not covered the B plant. So just a strat. We've got a default where our Yoru is solo C. Why does he need to hold C? That is quick by kicks. But isn't this... Oh, they didn't play. This is the first Haven. I guess if there was any footage of Vitality playing Haven, like Elite, this would be unforgivable by Elite because you should know that this is going to happen to you quite a lot, or could happen to you. And Aang should have told them that. I mean, they put alarm bot in window, which means that they're thinking about stuff. Like, you don't put an alarm bot in window usually, to be honest. So, like, they should be wary of this mid stuff, I guess. I am a Valorant noob. Why is this Haven comp bad? I mean, I think Harbor is bad. Which is, like, if I was just on broadcast, I think me just saying Harbor is bad is probably good enough. I don't think it provides. And then like Harbor with an Orb Smoker, I think is really bad. Pansy, I'd ask you why. Why is Harbor bad? See, like it's actually a really difficult question to answer. Why is Harbor bad? What are we giving up? I guess is the first thing you gotta think about. What are we giving up for this Harbor? I mean, for some reason they're playing Fade too, but we can get to Fade in a minute. I can more succinctly explain why Fade is not as good as Sova, probably. Why is Harbor bad? Part of the reason Harbor is bad is because it creates a redundancy where you have a lot of smokes and not enough of anything else. So like we have lots of smokes, but it's not like you have a Viper smoke where like you can hold an anchor with it on defense and actually use it as a tool to hold. It's almost like you just have like another piece of just like vision blocking, essentially. It feels like on both sides. And I don't think you need, like in comps, especially Haven, you don't need loads of vision blocking in my opinion. With Viper, like the value from Viper becomes that like you have damage shit and anchor ability. And then also like consistent setups that you can work around, whereas Harbor kind of gives away his shit on defense, I guess. But yeah, I think that Viper Harbor is more viable, but in this meta you don't see Vipers very much because of some of the nerfs, but also the comps just don't lend themselves well. The kind of meta doesn't lend itself well to Viper on certain maps right now in terms of like what's become strong. I guess you could play Yoru. I kind of gone on a tangent about Viper because I'm kind of interested in my head of what I'd actually think. I guess you can play this right now. Viper became less popular because of Neon as well, but Neon's kind of out. So I'm kind of talking myself into actually thinking Viper's okay. If Teo was like not a thing. But more about Harbor. Why is it bad? You're also just giving up a slot for what could be just a better agent. It's just like it could be just an initiation tool. How much are cascades needed to like it's a default agent on a map that you don't need any of its tools to like actually default. I keep thinking about it in terms of like Viper though, because then what I'm thinking is like what I'm saying applies to Viper too, but Viper's defense is strong. And then also like the constant threat, like Viper has constant threat, whereas Harbor doesn't have constant threat. It's like really telegraphed what you're doing. Does that make sense? Back to Drive to Survive. Is that the documentary? Long story short, so I don't think I'd be able to explain succinctly. But yeah, have fun. I think the real answer is Harbor's win rate. Harbor equals low win rate. So stat equals truth. That's what I'd actually answer with. And then yeah. I can't answer like that, but you know what I mean. Just trying to think of how they default with this comp. Like how does this comp take? The next problem with this comp is the fade, to be honest with you. The fade, it's a bit easier to talk about fade. I don't think the Prowlers and reveal on attack side are actually the reveal on attack side means that it should be broken on most of the execs. The recon is more flexible on these execs and very strong because it's like you're far away. Whereas like Fade, you have to get up kind of close, and if you're not going to do them close, they're going to land like here, which should be broken. On A site, you could probably land one here, but again, like with the way execs work in this game, like I know that there's some very common positions where reveals come, but at least there's like multiple directions of util you have to kind of figure out. Whereas like Fade doesn't have that kind of flexibility to kind of of the exec recon. And then this default recon, like Sova can just throw a recon here at the start of the round, which is incredible info, or in the corner or something. Fade can't do that either. The best Fade can do is reveal deep short, which I guess is okay. Like the short one's okay, I guess. Just recon, some people do recon that anyway. And then prowlers for execs are just not like a droning through here, a droning up here, re-clearing A. It's all just better with Sova. Defensively, I don't know how you recon anything with Fade. I do think that there is some value to prowlers maybe for info re-clearing on A, but then I don't know how deep they actually go to actually re-clear properly. And then the reveal, I guess, is over the top and just like put here. But start of round, the Fade ain't helping you. I guess it's like you seize here, but like you don't have any combos to work with. So long story short is start of round, Fade just isn't as good as Sova on defense either. In mid rounds, she might have some re-clear ability. But again, it's probably not even as strong as Sova. The kind of recons cross map, the recons flooding in are nowhere near as nice. Like you can do this recon, you can do this reveal, which ain't bad, but like for Fade, but everything else is worse. I think Fade is just generally, I just consider Fade bad Sova in most instances. What's Cyclo? This comp main thing is just retakes and excess space taking. This comp? I don't think this comp is particularly great at retaking. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's particularly good. Like, you're really relying on your paranoia there. I guess the Prowler, you have an excess Prowler for retake, probably. Harbor's wall across could help. I don't know. I don't think it's particularly amazing. I don't think you can retake. I think genuinely on this retake on this map, if you're trying to retake A from like spawn, you're kind of fucked anyway. And then B, it doesn't really matter what comp you have. I feel like B retake is pretty similar no matter the comp. C is where it becomes more interesting, I think, comp dependence wise. So I can see some value from the util you have here for the C retake. But still, it's like, is it really better than Breach Omen at retaking C? I mean, I'm not even like a massive fan of Breach, but on this map. Or even like Teo. Like, is it better than Teo at retaking? What is this comp strength is the question. I genuinely... On the surface, it's like it's like a comp that's able to like use lots of default utility because it has refreshes with the Harbor and the Fade. but I don't think it actually. I don't know. Yeah, if Pansy asks me on broadcast why I hate Harbor, the problem is I think I'll end up having to use like a cop-out excuse of like I'd need like a 30-minute video about it. Harbor's just shit. Was Martinez at Garage when they're at A-Long? Half the team is dead, so they're like faking. They did a little fake on C. They're contacting up A. Honestly, don't know what he's doing. To be honest with you, I don't really know what he's doing. And now they're trying to XXC. Bro, they have. Look at all this, like, there's lots of micro here that's kind of interesting. So like standard Killjoy nanos, but they got a fade reveal going to come up here, which is supposed to help them go through like the cove, I guess. But is the cove missed because it's supposed to? I don't know. Cascade Cove. I don't. It means that they can run through. Like they can run through the cascade by going into that cove because no one's going to run through a cove. And then the Yoru flash with the recon for backside control. Like the micro is good. The micro is good. Like you can't not tell me that they've not been on the server there, you know what I mean? Like the cove is specifically for them to run through the cascade. The reveal flash timing is all nice. The is this the irony of this team is that they're much better at just direct play. Like their deadlock bind was all direct play, and now they're doing like a direct strat where they don't even have a full buy, and they look a lot better than when they fucking play the map properly. In theory, this comp should work. I mean, this comp isn't egregious. It's not like this comp. There's certain tools you need for comps to quote work. The comp they had on Lotus, I don't think works technically at a certain level. But they know what the limitations are, and they've kind of tried to like fill those gaps. This comp is not so much one that would not just work. Like it can work. It's just I don't think it's good. You know what I mean? I don't see why they needed to play Fade to do what they just did, for instance, if that's what you're saying. A recon would do what they've just done. They've had to kind of problem solve how to do an exec with Fade instead of Sova. Thoughts on the mates change? It looks very stupid on paper. But these changes aren't something that these changes aren't things that are just on paper, you know what I mean? I like this idea. I've been talking about this a lot. I talked about this on stream quite a lot. Remember, like the kind of strats where like you smoke off areas and then you have people lurk behind the smokes. Like they're doing that here with the fade ult, and then like they got lurkers coming through. I don't know. We called it Mo 40 or Ho 40, sorry, because we'd had like a split strat where we would do that. It's not viable on lots of maps, but on some maps you can do it. It's kind of like cool. Like if there's like a map where like a choke point can be smoked that you could also flank behind for your exec, it's like that, you know. And now they've been read like a book. So they basically swapped from going CXX twice to now just going full A. But they've been read kind of. That Prowler's not bad there, right? Am I changing my tune about this agent? I don't think so. Oh. Okay. Again, direct A looks great. Now they're doing like a fake, pushing off the line. Good mid-rounding. Nice little fake towards C, A finish. And then we've lost... Ah! Oh, the ISO combo? In what planet does your shock miss and it actually hits? That shock's so bad, right? Why is he shocked that on his fucking ass, man? Usually you shock that over here. That's kind of crazy. C's for post ain't bad. But that's a waste of a C's. You want to seize? Like, you see the paranoia coming right now? That's the kind of trigger you need for that seize. Obviously, you don't want to stand like an asshole with your fucking seize out, because you just get owned, but... AMA seems to be high this season. I mean, look at every single team around the world who's made changes. They all look weird. Again, straight into a C. I mean, to be fair, their direct approach is... Yeah. I don't know, it's weird. Their Lotus is really nice because they understand the map and can mid-round. And then what are they doing here? Is it just because they're losing that I'm saying stuff bad? Theoretically, like, their skill ceiling should be so high. If they have these really nice, the capabilities of making these really nice micro XX, but then they also have Sadhak you can see how he can mid round and like set up the team to like make decisions fast on a map like Lotus. Like, technically they are in a good spot, but it's not working. It's not on tracks, I think, but more on the IGLing things. What they Trax isn't an IGL, bro. Taking extra space to get sight. I don't really. You're speaking in very broad terms that like I don't really know. Like, how many rounds have we seen them, like, garage default? Is this the first one? And it's not even really garage default? They didn't garage default once, did they? Oh, I see. Use up. Okay, name me an IGL that's free agent that they can get, or name me an IGL they could get in before Robbie BK. I don't think they should get. Yeah, I don't think that team works without safe IGLing, really. Lou is quite young, I think, but she gives off like the vibe that she's just so much more mature than like the guys there. Like I wouldn't imagine they're much younger than Lou, but I don't know. Lou gives off like mature vibes. So wall middle. Okay, they have to respect that. Fade reveal deep A. I mean, I guess the fade reveal does. I mean, that wall is pretty nice at middle. Bro, I'm not like I love Magnum, but him joining Vitality would not be a good move. So the follow-up is name me an IGL that I'm not going to say that about that could join Vitality. Cascade across the site for the retake. Like that's the only thing I see on defense. I mean, their initial wall was nice though. Is that their default wall that they're going to use? No, they're not. They're just going to play 1-1-3. They can't. Or maybe they're not. Actually, this is fucking 4-man A. Their A fight again. Like, look, their A fight isn't going to be great with this comp. So they literally send 4 people there. Like that's their problem solving. It's like they play comps that can't take robo control on defense, can't take A main control on defense. So their solution is just play 4 people there. I mean, Vitality kind of be a noobs for getting caught by it, to be honest. And then KC reacts by like not playing anyone A this round, and like Vitality are too scared to even take A control this round. Like in my opinion, oh, Safe is waiting with his ult for something, right? Why is he not just ulting something? He's had plenty of opportunities this round to just ult someone, I feel like. I guess they do it on their exec. Okay. Bro, he got nothing. Okay, anyway, so back to defense. So they garage re-clear, got nothing, and then they're late to A. I think they should have just, they needed to put some pressure on this flank, right? They shouldn't win this retake. They do win the retake. How do they win this retake? Or should I say, how the fuck do Vitality lose? They lose this? Two v5 because Elite just one taps 3 people. Yeah, okay, let's be real for a second. That's not winning the round, is it? That's just... I mean, Vitality's still won, right? Vitality's still won anyway. Enzo... Is it? I don't think Enzo's even IGLing his team right now, is he? I think that Hip is. The comp's just so wonky, guys. This comp's so wonky. They can't establish a main control. That's what I'd say. On defense, they can't establish a main control, so they're relying on like bunkeredness and rotations. But why is that better than taking a main control or fighting for stuff? And then the second thing is, like, if you are going to play that style, it worked historically with Viper, an agent that has great stall. Not with this. I think people seem to think that smokes are... Yeah, people overrate smokes. Viper's strength isn't necessarily the smoke aspect. It's like both of the smoke It's like... I don't know how to explain it. It's not like the vision denial necessarily. It's like... It's like... the threat and the damage as well. I don't know how to explain it. It's like people are playing these smoke agents, I feel like, because they think that people won't be able to like run through the smokes, and Viper actually stops people running through smokes, whereas these agents don't. People can go through fucking smokes, guys. Right, anyway, I'm gonna call it there. I'll stream some more. Tomorrow I'm busy. My friend is gonna come visit, so I'm gonna probably not stream tomorrow. But Sunday I should be able to stream. It's stopping Viper's stopping power, but also it's like more conditioning kind of vibe. It's like a threat behind it all the time. Whereas I think people play smokes on defense, presuming that like, oh, we throw it one way, you can't go through it. It's like, why not? Like the kind of EDG Lotus comp where they just play double orb, like, or Abyss double orb comps. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Thank you for joining me, watching me yap, figure stuff out a little bit. Who is the Phoenix one trick guy? Benny. I want to get into Valorant analysis. How do I learn about basics? What is the best answer to that question? I mean, just keep watching streams of just people that are smart, I guess. Talk about analysis and stuff. I would unironically say that mine and Siggy's Patreon gives you an insight into how people think about the game, but I'm not gonna chill. So anyway, I'll catch you guys in a bit. See you tomorrow. No, I won't see you tomorrow. I'll probably see you Sunday, maybe tomorrow potentially, but I'll see you in a bit. Yeah. Thank you all.